Welcome, welcome everybody. Shout out to all of y'all that's in the building. Good Eats, Jerome Turner, Tori Povich, Electromagnetic Light Body. What's good? Droopy Beats, what's up? We got something powerful for y'all today. We're going to be talking about the ether and exactly what is the ether and how it relates to flat earth and how the ether can't be possible with the globe model, because that's important, because a lot of globalists still represent the ether. Like I mentioned yesterday that Nas, being one of my favorite rappers, always he had a famous song, Ether. That famous song Ether, it stands out today as a flat earther because Nas was a globe earther. And I never thought about it to now that, the ether can exist on the globe. So we're going to be explaining what the ether is for people like Nas, for a lot of our brothers and sisters who use the word but might not be sure exactly how deep the rabbit hole go. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time with a long introduction. I'm going to let Masterpiece introduce himself while I go and quiet my dogs, and we going to hop right in it, bro. We can just hop right in it.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Most of y'all know me. It's Masterpiece. Let me cut my camera on and say what's up. Me and bro are going in on this ether thing because, as you can see, the title says it's from a flat earth perspective, because we were talking and we just couldn't figure out how ether could work on in a heliocentric model, given that there's been experiments measuring the ether, and we're about to take you guys back into that history about what the ether is, what it was known to be meant for, and how to measure it. And people have went out to measure it, but it's been shoved under the rug like a lot of other experiments. So this is going to be kind of groundbreaking, because the ether has many different names all around the world and in many different religions. And, as you look back through history, it was called many different things, and we are going to talk about what those things are so we could connect the dots together.
Yeah, that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Now, for those of you, hold on, let me let my dogs out of here. Hold on. So we're going to hop right into this. Now, the best simplified definition we can use to define the ether, I guess it would be the thing that fills all spaces. And we got to think about that. The ether is defined as the thing that fills all spaces. And when you wrap your head around that simple definition, what that's telling you is space and the ether can't coexist side by side. All right. Let me make sure my mic is loud enough too. So yeah, again, people, we're gonna start off simple, crawling before we walking, and then we're gonna get deep with it. So the ether is, go ahead, Masterpiece.
The ether is, I just wanted to give a little background. We have a lot of smart people here watching us, and this is for you guys. A quick Wikipedia search which isn't much, but you know what I mean. It's there for us. In physics, ether theories, also known as ether, ether spelled with an AE, propose the existence of a medium, and like Bro Sanchez says, a space-filling substance or field thought to be necessary as a transmission medium for the propagation of electromagnetic or gravitational forces, meaning the electromagnetic waves that are going through the air, even the light, right? Because that's a part of the electromagnetic spectrum. That needs a medium to flow through the same way that, you know, when you fill up a tank of water, you can pour ink in it, and that ink will flow through and permeate the whole tank with the medium of the water. So when we look at the medium of the ether, that is the all pervading, the space filling stuff that all electromagnetics can be transmitted through. So let's go on from there.
So this goes back to an important fact that I want to repeat for any globalist. If the ether is that which fills all spaces, once again, space and the ether can exist side by side. Now, what we got to realize is if you're a globalist, you got to do one or two things. You could continue your globe belief and exclude the ethereal concepts from it, or you can re-question your globe beliefs and say, hey, if I believe that there is something called an ether, then I have to reconsider the fact that that can't exist on my current globe model. And that'll get us close to the ancestors. And now what I'm going to do is, as we move on, I'm going to continue now and we're going to build with some etymology. So if you got pen and pads, I'll be doing etymology throughout this stream as we, Masterpiece, kind of play volleyball. And so when we talk about the ether, and I'll start the screen sharing at this time. And again, Masterpiece, you can cut in at any time. So one way.
No, I was just confirming. All right, cool. Let's get it.
All right. One way that the ancients symbolized the ether was this creature here, or this deity here, called the Ouroboros. And this snake is pretty much eating its own tail. This shows how to create energy. You know, how everything in nature creates its own energy by eating itself. Pretty much all the energy you exert creates new energy. And that's the concept of the Ouroboros. It's basically what you're looking at is a hamster on a wheel, but they just did it in the form of a snake. But that hamster on the wheel is showing you how everything creates its own energy. So this here is when we talk about how things create their own energy, we have to keep in mind that it only can be possible within the ether. The ether itself is a generator of energy. So it permeates through everything in physicality. And this snake is the eater. So I'm just giving you symbolism and little etymology before we go a little deeper. The reason it's called an ether is because this snake actually eats itself. It's an eater. And this snake is this image here as well, which is an electromagnetic energy field. Everybody who follow this channel, you already know what this is. If you look at this hole in the top, all the energy comes into that hole and it leaves out that bottom hole being the tail, and the tail wraps back into the mouth. Now, if you look at the bottom of this thing, all the energy leaving out the bottom is the tail. But the tail of this thing is going back into the mouth and it's eating itself, creating this perpetual energy. So this symbol that you're looking at is electromagnetism, and the ancients knew about these great mysterious forces because they personified this torus field as this. So I'm just showing you how we talk about the electromagnetic energy field that surrounds the earth, but we can kind of get caught up and trapped when you say it just surrounds the earth. It don't just surrounds the earth. It fills everything. You're in a swimming pool of etheric energy. And go ahead, Master Peach.
You might as well think of it as air. You know, I mean, obviously it's more subtle than that, and it doesn't, you know, it doesn't have the limitations that air does. But in the sense that it's all around, it's inside of your body, it's outside of your body, it's to the furthest extremities. It surpasses physicality. Things that we see, break down in it, and that's why it's called the Eater. And it's very fitting that they use the snake, because the scales, we talk about the scales and balancing, your heart being weighed. We're gonna get to that later when we talk about, how the heart plays a role into this. But right now, seeing that the toroid flow with those crisscrosses, you get that scale pattern, that scalular pattern. And in nature, when you look at the snake, it has the same scales, and you know that the ancients knew this, because the snake, it eats things whole. It has no like discrimination on the size or the shape. It'll eat an antelope, it'll eat a mouse, it'll eat a rabbit. And some snakes constrict and let loose. So just like the ether is doing, is breathing in and out. And so I just wanted to throw in the confirmation that our ancients, and I'm not talking about the ancients that they tell us are the ancients, the ancient Greeks and even the ancient Kemites. We're talking before the recorded history, when we're looking at these artifacts showing the simple snakes eating itself, and the mother with her hands up. So which we can see in the middle of that donut right there, the mother with their hands up. So yeah, go ahead, take it.
So people, when you talk about the ether, like the brother said, is where everything is eaten up at. They personified it as a serpent. When you rearrange the word serpent, you get the word present. The ether is responsible for creating the present moment. And we're going to be going into how that worked as we get deep into this. So when you talk about what happened in the Bible and mythology and how the early Christians hid the ether, is this snake was wrapped around a tree of life, and they said this snake had some wisdom, and that whoever got the wisdom of this snake was going to be cursed, and that's what happened. So what are we saying? The wrong people got this knowledge, and the world has been a hellhole ever since. People like Tesla was trying to get this knowledge. Even before Tesla, people like the ancients wanted to use this for universal good. But when we talk about this knowledge got into the hands of the wrong people, and now we're being ruled over, and they hiding this knowledge from everybody else. Now, there's something else we say in the conscious community called serpent wisdom. I came up in the conscious community. Everybody got a video talking about serpent wisdom, and ain't nobody on the same page about it. What is serpent wisdom? All right, because the serpent that was wrapped around a tree in the garden spoke good and evil. But you got to quit looking at good and evil like some moral stuff. This is science, and good and evil is electricity and magnetism, negative and positive. That serpent on the tree was dropping science, what Tesla knew. Now see, this serpent knowledge that we about to give y'all today is what was getting a lot of people killed, because this is also today linked under Satanism. So when you go back to the trident, what is the trident? The trident, yes, the devil has it, but that was to curse the knowledge of power. Every time you plug some in the wall, you're the devil using the trident. See, the devil's tool that he used is the trident, and that's what the human use. That's how we build our, that's what turned the lights on down here for man, the trident. All right, every time you plug something into the wall, you using satanic energy. So I'm trying to say these words like this to get you out of looking at them like, oh, this is bad stuff. They got a snake on the screen. They talking about, I'm trying to get you to see how it was just regular talk. Because at one point the religion was the government. And when they was talking about this science, they was using words like trident, Satan, but it was scientific like we use words today. It wasn't really bad per se until today when the more dumbed down the knowledge got. Now people look at this, if you're a Christian, and you'll say, oh buddy, get away from people with that on the screen because that's Satanism, you know.
Yeah, and you know, it's so deep that a woman who was a Christian, she requested a painting from me, and I gave her the painting, and there was a snake in it. There was a snake in the painting, and just because of that, she didn't want it. And I instantly thought, you know, if a belief form is going to turn your heart against one of God's very own creations, then you know you got to rethink what you're thinking about. You know, one snake in the Bible, used for allegory, now being looked at as every snake is evil, is very ridiculous. The amounts of medicine that snakes have given us, the amount of wisdom that you can find through the snake. For example, bro, if you go to the back chat for 1 second and share that, of the electromagnetic wave.
I'm pulling it up right now.
Awesome. You're gonna find it. Yeah, it's in the back chat there. There you go. You're gonna find that when you're looking through nature, you know, the ancients, they looked around, as above, so below. They related what they saw out in nature with their science, and vice versa. So this this here, that was it. That electromagnetic wave flow right there that we're looking at is symbolic of the way that the snake moves through this world. And the fact that it does that on dry land is amazing. When you look at the fish do that in the water, see, the fish have an ether, right? The fish have a water. They have that medium that whether they're swimming or not, making that sine wave, they're moving. And if they don't swim against the current, they could be moved away with the current, with that sweeping ether, if you will. So if you are on the land and you're the ancients and you're tying all the sciences together, you're thinking about how to illustrate this waveform to the children, to the elderly, and everybody that's trying to learn it, foreigners, whatever. And you use a symbol of a snake because, as you can see, it doesn't have arms and legs to be able to make this zigzag. That's how it naturally moves, by tightening up its own muscles. So just once again, just try to look beyond what allegory in the Bible says about certain animals, especially the snake, and look beyond that to the symbolism and how we're gonna tie it in. Because like we said, it's eating itself. You know, it can reach its tail and eat its tail. It doesn't discriminate on what it eats, just like the ether. Everything is going to the ether. Everything is going to break down. And the way that the snake moves is like an electromagnetic wave. So it's very special, the snake. So yeah, let's keep it going.
All right. It's interesting that you was referring to the ether as this omniscient current that permeates through all other frequencies. Everything is a frequency, but this is the foundational frequency, and because of that, it permeates through all other frequencies. And it's crazy that we say that it's an omniscient current, because it's a current that literally produces the current or the present moment. You know, and just to go deep into that, you know, while we digging deep, again, you see where the snake head is where the eating take place, because everything gets sucked into there. But when you talk about eating, this is the reason in a lot of religions you have eating taking place. Because when you eat, you do what the ether or the eater does. It consumes something and transform it into something else, so that things can if humans didn't eat, the earth will build up with all kind of crap just because it ain't passing through us. We're individual ethers. We're eaters. We walk around eating the things so that it don't go. So I mean, I'm just showing you simple stuff. If you look at where Jesus breaks the bread in the middle of the table, that is where our bread get broken. See, here's the earth right here, and that tree in the middle is the mouth of the snake that's eating up the elements right there in the middle where all compass is pointing. That's the North Pole. All the elements has to meet the reaper or the ripper, because when they go into that vortex, it rips it up, renews the energy like a wash machine. So the ripper is the reaper, is the ether as well, and we'll be tying those together. So
Now, now I'm just gonna jump in before we lose it. Bro said that I had referred to the ether as this all permeating, all invasive thing, like the ocean and the fish in the ocean, and they can get swept by the current. And about the current being the present, which is we have to get into that. But for an illustrative view for people with the current of the ether and everything like that, when the fish are underwater, the fish can go any way or anywhere it wants to go. It can go against the current or with the current. Going against the current, you waste a lot more energy. So positioning yourself in line with the current can actually make your whole life much simpler. Are you in line with the ethers? You know, are you destiny? We hear things like fate. You know, these things all relate to the drain. You know, where are you gonna end up? You know, everybody's going to the same place, but the decisions that you make in your life and the way that you swim and navigate in these ethers will greatly affect, you know, how you're eaten and how you're ejected or re-injected into this next life. And we're gonna talk about all that. But before we went too far, that thing that is, bro says, that thing that precedes the elements. If you think about a concert hall, the silence in the concert hall is the ether. The notes that are played on the piano are the elements, and those notes, they rise and they fall, and you'll have gaps of silence in between. In fact, it is the silence in between the notes that is keeping it on time. And when the song is done, it falls back to the silence. The song arises out of the silence and it goes back into the silence. And actually, that silence is the same motivator to make the noise, because you're sitting up there, you hear the and the people coughing and shuffling in their seats. You know, people are saying, you know, when is this going to start? When is the music going to start? That silence is building that anxiety, and it's building the ingredients needed for that show of life, if you will, to happen. So the ether being all permeating is like the silence in a concert hall. I wanted you guys to think about it that way.
that's a good way to look at it. And this image is just a demonstration of the ether, and we will be inside of this little donut, of course. So if you look at the fish inside of here, that's why I brought up this image when the brother was comparing it to the ether. We are fish in water, and that water is a etheric liquid that's the least dense thing that we know of, you know. And because of that, again, it would be like the silence in a room. It everything sits inside of it. So physicality is literally pressed into being by the ether. So let me go to this image. All of the invisible or negative space would be considered the ether. Well, we can't use the word space. We got to use the word ether. All this negative area would be ether, because, see, ether is that which fills all spaces. So what we're teaching you today, space don't exist, only the ether exists. So in this image, the clear part that you would call empty space is the ether, and this invisible little energy is what's the outline here. See, there's a reason this thing has an invisible little outline. This is the ether. So don't look at this as empty space that we're in. We're fish in a etheric sea, and that etheric sea is what's bending our reality at the edges. You say, what's outside of that, Brother Sanchez? The ether in another form. So what would be outside of ours would be a bigger tree. And what separates them is that our etheric energy or Taurus energy is spinning at a different frequency than the one beyond this one. So I'm just getting y'all the flat, like we said, a flat earth concept. Now, if you look at the negative space, let me ask y'all something before we go further. Can you hear the dogs in the background? Is it distracting? Can you hear the dogs in the background? Is it distracting? Let me know real quick. Let me know so we can continue real quick. Is the dogs distracting? Yes or no? Sooner we get that, then we can go on. You want to say something in between that while I see if my background too much for them?
No, you're good. People are saying you're good.
Okay, cool. So listen, let's get back on track here. What we want to pay attention to in this flat earth model is not the trees, not the land, but all in the little negative space in between. And if you look in between, that negative space resembles lungs. And that is the ether. And it's very symbolic that the shape of the ether is the shape of a heart or human lungs. Because the ether is that which breathes reality into this terrarium. Now, when you talk about the ether shaping like lungs, it's because the ether is the breather. You put the words BR in front of it, it's the breather. It's what's breathing the breath of life, creating the present moment right now. So we're riding an etheric wave. And it's crazy because I got some footage that I'm about to play now to show you about this clear etheric energy. That really this is the skeleton for reality. You can't look at this as empty space, meaning if you take away all of this empty space, this whole little sphere, this egg will collapse upon itself like a tent that you took away the middle pole. You take that middle pole away from a tent, the tent becomes a flat blanket, can't dwell in it. So that's the skeleton. That's what you get to look at the ether is that, meaning reality sits within a mold that's giving it its shape. Like a cookie, you want to make star-shaped cookies, the mold would be the ether, the negative space that allows the elements to fill it and take shape.
It's so beautiful. It's like soil everywhere. You know what I mean? And the grass is growing out of it in every which direction and way possible. That's the thing that I love about life is that life actually, it will grow and thrive anywhere it's given a chance. I mean, if a seed falls between concrete, it's going to break through that concrete. You know what I mean? If there's a little bit of soil and a little bit of sun on a rock, you better believe something's going to come up from there. And what I love about that, looking at it as soil, is because everything grows from that soil. Everything that you want, all your cotton and all of your plants and everything. So if you can imagine it, instead of a 2D or like a one-dimensional surface of things growing just one way, which is up from the soil, think about that 3D everywhere, spherical, toroidal, and the soil would be filling up the whole circle there, the whole terrarium, and the life would be existing inside of that, always being able to sprout new seeds. And though the ether is much less dense than soil, obviously, still things come about in this ether, and it's not just grass and seeds, it's ideas, right? Intentions, right? Will. When you pray and you look up, because looking up to the sky, there's the most amount of quote unquote space or of ether in between you and the sky, right? You're looking up and you're basically supercharging the ether that's around you, which is the soil that everything grows from. You're charging it with your thought seeds, which is your intention. And so if you could bring about a thought, no matter where you are, no matter if you're happy or sad, it's going to come about. Then you can think of the ether as a fertile garden that every word you say, every thought you have is going to manifest. So if you're not careful, you could be manifesting something that you don't want. And that's why the golden rule exists, because the ancients knew about this, what we're talking about. The eater, what you put out is what you're going to get right back, and it's going to come right back in your ass to get you. So let's go on.
Yeah, and if you're still having trouble with the mental aspect of what we're saying, when the brother talk about everything growing from the ether, we'll be able to demonstrate that now with a little footage. Now this is a invisible magnetic wave that without it, our reality is basically being projected within the ether. I don't want to go too deep. I'm gonna just play the footage, and once you kind of see that, you can't really see the ether, but you can see its effect, and that's how you know it's ever present. And in this video footage, we're gonna be observing what I believe is etheric waves, and me and Masterpiece will start going in deeper using the ripple effect on what he meant by everything permeating from the ether being its own frequency. Some of you, you may have saw the classic stream we did previously on this, so it may be redundant to you, but to others, it's gonna be some powerful stuff. Now I'm gonna go ahead and hit play on this, and I got it muted, so as it's playing, we can build on it, talk over it, rewind it, slow it down. And you just saw that jump, right? That one in the camera. Let's just look at this footage real quick. It's gonna get to the part that I'm looking for in a second. Check out the moon, people. Look at it closely. Can you see it? I'm gonna rewind it. Did you see it, Masterpiece? If you look at the surface of the moon, you will see that there's like a invisible, watery like wave distorting its surface. Just look at it real hard. Just went one wave just passed. Here go another wave. Who can see these little subtle waves rippling on the moon's surface? It's always present. We just ain't observing it. Let me go. I'm gonna do it one more time, and we're gonna let this go and play out. You gotta look at it. I really believe those are ethereal waves. I believe that, man. And it's traversing the surface just like, I don't know if you, yep, just like this. Like, reality is a signal that's being born from the center of the earth. And that little subtle clear wave is the Put it this way. This is a good example right here. When your TV ain't on the channel, what channel is it on? That's the ether. That's always there, even when you watching a channel. If your channel is being projected upon that static screen, it's ever present. So when your TV not playing nothing, it go back to that. So that little static vibration can be seen as this. And you literally, and now I'm comparing it to the TV because it's the same concept. I hope I ain't confusing y'all. But that wave we saw go across the moon can be one of these waves you see here. It's invisible, but you know, you can see it by looking at the moon. Because the moon is sitting within the ether. It's like if you looking down at a fish in the water and a ripple happens on the water surface, you'll see the image of the fish distort when the ripple pass across the surface, you know, over the fish. And that's what we saying here.
And I don't want people to think that this is atmospheric refraction, you know what I mean, like heat rising or anything like that, because we all know what that looks like. You know, it's all over the place, it's randomized, it's scattered. But if you look at this moon when Bro Sanchez is playing it, you can see it's like waves, it's like scanning lines, it's like rising. So look out for that, and look out for the fact that it's not like your typical mirage where it's all distorted. It's just like we're seeing here, those ripples rippling out across the moon surface. So go ahead.
Yeah, most definitely. I think something else I wanted to talk about before we go beyond this ripple effect. I want to play that ripple effect in slow motion, and then we can, if you would, Masterpiece, we can go to show them what we mean when we use this ripple effect. Image is something we examine in nature all the time, but it's very important. When you look at a ripple effect, you get all the shapes in sacred geometry, basically all the shapes that exist in reality happen in this one effect. Every single shape that exists in the cosmos take place when you drop a rock into the water. A 6-point star, a triangle, a box, a circle. Hey, it all exists right there. A line. You can't tell me that no shape that don't exist at some process in this ripple effect. And it's important why we're going to talk about that. Because all that exists is the sacred geometric shapes that's being interpreted by the ether. In other words, the shape of your body, the shape of a tree is a frequency that is, listen, the word frequency is the word seed. And each frequency will produce a different fruit. So the human is a frequency or a seed that is planted within the ether, and once done, it knows to grow a human being. It ain't gonna grow no lizard because that's a different frequency. And all these different frequencies of vibrations or seeds that vibrate this ether will make their own unique vibration. And the human is its own frequency code. Nature know, okay, I gotta vibrate the ether this way to make it shaped like a human, or I'm gonna vibrate it this way to make the shape of a bird. But that's how everything gets its form in reality. And we'll go in deeper with this by showing you this ripple effect. And I think that it'll be dope if Masterpiece reiterate on what he did the last time with how the humans, how the human gets his shape with this same concept in mind. And I'll play the ripple effect to the him and show you your shape in the ripple effect.
Yep.
So at this time, I'll just go to this ripple effect and we'll pause it when we see the human. All right, that's the I, the individual, you and me. And this thing got shoulders, a waistline. It spreads out and make feet at the bottom. And this right here, it show you that the human being ain't just some random shape. Like this is what you will get with this particular frequency vibrating the etheric waters. Look at there, your head, shoulders, everything.
Yep. The hips, the waist, the bust. And basically what we're saying is even something as complex as a human being's body can be found at some frequency point of this droplet. If you imagine the water dropping going from 0 to 100, covering all the frequencies, at some point you're going to get every single stage. It's like looking at a human fetus develop. You see the tadpole stage, the fish stage, and the reptilian type of stage, on and on and on in the single human fetus. So that's raising its frequency. Now, as this is raising its frequency, it is erecting a human-like figure. Now, this is very simplistic, but if you think about that simple vibration of a droplet entering water, think about the most amazing, the prime source vibration, the creator frequency, how complex that frequency is. And it's not just up and down, side to side. It's spiraling in every single way. And like we said, it is filling each and every one of us, all of our matter, every crevice, and that vibration is sustaining our body. Bro, I sent you a video in the back chat that I would love if you played, because it ties into this exactly. It's the latest one.
And people, if you're looking at the screen at this time, that is the ether. That's a picture of the ether. And it's basically a ripple effect. That's why we're showing you this ripple effect. Now they turned this into the Milky Way, but Master Peace sent a video. We about to go into this ripple effect some more. Again, yeah, this image is a speaker as well, so I'm glad he had me pull this. Go ahead, you got it, bro. I'm gonna mute it. You got it.
All right. Well, he mixes up the liquid, and it's like a muddy liquid, like it says in the Bible, man was made from the mud. But if you look at it, this is just vibrations. This is just like if you were to hear the audio, it would just be like, just straight vibrations, creating, things that look like dinosaurs, tigers, giraffes. And once again, it's just one simple linear vibration coming from one way. Imagine the supreme source. Now see how it's spilling over the sides? That's something that we don't get because we're in an enclosed system. So all this stuff that's being dripping and rendered unformless would eventually rise back up, like bro's showing right now, and go back down and be reformed and restructured by the speaker's vibration and be born again.
That's just well said. And it'll show you, like, if you want a different world, well, all you gotta do is play a different song. So if you want to take this and go to the next level with it, there may be different worlds that have different shaped things composed of the very same elements. Just like he can use this same blue putty but play a different song, and the shapes and everything will come out of there. It'll be totally different. He can play a certain tone that'll make jagged shapes. It's a certain tone that exists that'll make box-like shapes come out. A certain tone that'll make it just shoot straight up and not even go off the edge. But it's all on the vibration of the speaker, what comes from the clay. And so when you think of the cartoon Gumby, they was trying to tell you something about how humans is formed. Cause everything is formed this way. That's why we went through this here. That's the human shape. So we're not a random shape, we're a certain frequency. And if you look at this image and compare it to, let's go to, this is the same thing, a torus field. You can see the human being in the middle, arms, leg, arms, head, Allah, the six-pointed star, the human. Now, what we're looking at is electromagnetic torus field. And it's the same thing as this. See, in
Yeah,
the, yeah,
it's the exact same thing. If you could imagine that vibration that it is locked in at. So say there's it started off at 0, and then it hit the water, and it was 20, and then it spiked out and it was 30. This vibration, whatever number that it is at, imagine that frequency being sustained by your will and by your, by your thoughts. That frequency underneath you, just like we looked at the purple putty, that frequency is constantly fueling us. And that frequency stems from the ether. It is the ether. It is the thing that is all around us, holding our shape together. If that note was to change, whatever this note is that is holding our reality together, if that note was to change by, it was to go flat or sharp or to another octave, this is what we would call like evolution or another age. Or like Bro Sanchez postulated, if you went to another whirl, not world, but another whirl, like a drain, another whirl of electromagnetic flows, that would be a different frequency. Shoot, you don't know what you might find there. You might find people with, legs on their shoulders and arms for feet, and you know what I mean. You can't really prescribe what type of vibration is going to create what, but just the very fact that we can see through cymatics. Yo, bro, you unmuted yourself. Oh well, bro doesn't know he's unmuted. It's all good. So yeah, if we could imagine the this is funny. This is funny. This is how you know it's real, guys. It's real, unscripted, unscripted. Yeah, we were hearing you on that.
no, I had my mic muted. You probably heard me, but they didn't.
Oh, okay, true. Sorry about that, y'all out there. I could hear bro on the back, but you guys couldn't. Just basically saying, just a simple note switch could manifest a myriad of what you could help in is with. You wake up, maybe you're grouchy in the mornings, and maybe you do the typical routine type of thing: go to work, come home, weekends let loose. But it change and the events that happen and the way that the events, you have to first change that frequency that you're emanating from. It's going to change the shape of events that you experience on the outside. Oh, am I?
Yeah, just cut your camera off for just a little while.
Yeah, camera's cut, screen.
All right. Yeah,
yeah, there we go.
All right.
Just basically saying to people that changing the frequency can change the shape of events that happen. So always stay positive in your mental. That's all.
No doubt, and just to the people who still wanted us to go in a little bit on the shape of the human, like the brother was saying, this water has no shape until something interact with it. And based upon the force at which that thing interacts with the water and the shape of that thing determines the kind of ripple you get. So if you think of a seed in the ground, okay, you have an apple seed in your hand, you drop that seed in the ground, and what comes up from the ground is a tree. and everything basically is a ripple effect. That's what we showing you here. Like this is what's going on an electromagnetic level. You can't see this invisible energy that's permeating through reality, telling the seed to grow into a tree and stretching the seed, and as it stretches, it transforms it upward vertically into a tree, unravels it into a tree. It's like nature's opening up the seed like a present, and as it opens that small seed, as it opens it, is stretching it out of the ground, out of the surface, is stretching it on a vertical axis, vertical pole, up and out. So you get the branches. So if you look at this right here, it's the same thing happening. The trunk would be this human, you. The trunk, the pole in the middle. Now surrounding you would be your branches, arms, legs, the thoughts permeating from the body, the aura, the vibration of you surrounding your body, like the trunk of the tree and its branches. You see what I'm saying? So this is the same thing. And basically what I wanted to point out is when you drop the rock or whatever into the water, if you throw it hard, you get bigger ripples. You throw it soft, you get smaller ones. So everybody uniqueness and frequency and vibration, how they manifested into this reality, has a direct result of how they plunged into the egg as a sperm. So when the sperm went into the egg, it went at a certain speed, and as it impacted the egg and went inside of it, the same thing we see here happen. There was a ripple effect. There was a ripple effect that took place inside of the sperm when it plunged into it, and the sperm began to get stretched out just like the seed, and it became this over time. Nature never stopped stretching it, because as it stretches so much and a woman's stomach gets so big, it had to rip out of her belly, and you still keep expanding outward. Everything is a controlled explosion. And that is what this is. So I know I'm explaining it in a country boy way, but that'll be simplified with some of y'all, just to show you what we mean when we put this up in relation to the human. Like, no shape is random. Everything is a frequency, and when it interacts with the ether, a ripple effect takes place, and the vibration of that invisible energy is now visible. Everything that's holding a visible shape has an invisible frequency, right? That's keeping that physical shape in physicality, and once your soul or your aura stops that singing or that vibrational energy that's which is your body, we call it death. Now, basically, we are songs. Every human is a song, and once sung, the vibrational tunes interact with the ether, and the vibration that disturbs the ether is actually you. You're a disturbance in the ether. You're a vibrating, you're a static vibration within a static vibration. Therefore, you're interruptance. Now, that's what this ripple effect represents, because the water without the ripple effect is perfectly still. It has no shape, because there's nothing interacting with it. It's just not making that shape out of its own will. It's you interacting with it. So everybody, whatever shape you are, your body, your DNA, whatever you are, is directly synonymous with what you need it to be in relation to manifesting the will of your soul. Every human body is a vibration that's being sung upon the ether by their soul. And once the soul starts to finish that song, we call it death. Now, the song don't just cut off abruptly. Some people do. If you're listening to a song and somebody just hit the stop button, we call that dying young. The soul stop, and but most folks fade out like these ripples growing old. And that's what we're saying about vibration. Where do you go when you're no longer holding a physical shape? Where does this ripple effect go when it's no longer holding a ripple shape? It's just go back one with the water. So
Right, that would be it going back into the Ouroboros, the snake going back into the mouth, and it starts all over again. The death is linked by the breath. You know, the in between the breath of the death is when you experience your new life. And the mystery of all mysteries, the water is formless. Am I sounding good? Okay. The water is formless, and it is your energy that is the disturbance in the force, like Bro Sanchez said in Star Wars. They say that, you know, I sense a disturbance in the force. The force is the ether that they use their mind to push things, right? There is no space. We talked about how when you open up a door in one part of your house, another one will slam because everything is connected. So the great mystery is that I find is that although the water, the ether, it's formless, and it's you that disturbs it, it's still the water that gives shape. You know what I mean? You were a thought dropped into this physicality, and your shapeless thought has surrounded itself with this water or these materials, and the waters itself is building up your existence, your life, the events, the people around you, your so it's we're not saying that this ether is something that you can, you know, throw something into and let it be. This ether is something that's all around you, where if you a thought form in a negative action or a positive action, it's surrounding you and going to permeate back up into you. And like Bro Sanchez says, the larger those waves get, eventually they're going to reach the size and be recycled back in and folded in on that man that we're looking at in the droplet. So everything that you do comes out and it cycles right back around onto your head. And it does so with the very same materials that was used to create you. You know, a lot, just as a side note, a lot of people they'll want things, you know, or they'll pray for things or want to manifest things. But one thing that I heard, and I'll never forget, is you don't want to. It's not the thing that you're after. You know, it's not the car, it's not the life that of your dreams that you're after. What you really should be seeking is this stuff, this ether, because like the soil, everything grows from it. So the more you know the ether, the more you understand that it carries thoughts, that it carries your will, that it is the transporter of all things, then the more control you'll have over your manifestations. So don't want the car, want the thing that makes the car. Don't want a good relationship. Get to know the thing that all relationships stem out of, you know, which is that soil, which is that cosmic sea of potentiality, that nut, that the triple black, the ether.
yep, and you know what? Speak and as we talk about the ether, now that we got y'all up into the point where your minds can see how it relates to this ripple effect, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna pull up a couple of collages before we go any further. And these was just a couple of pictures we was going over. And what these will do is just with symbolism, we can break down some more stuff to y'all about the nature of the ether. So this is a real simple one. And as you can see, that ripple effect is the same thing we get with a bow and arrow. And that's what Shu, see, when you talk about a bow and arrow, Geb would be the hand that's pulling back the bow. All right, Shu would be the arrow. and Nut would be the actual bow, the one bending, the one taking the bow. All right, the energy is being shot upward out of Shu. That's why it's called Shu. When you tell a dog to move in the south, they say Shu. So Shu means move. And when we pull up the image of the uh, electromagnetic energy field, you can see that Shu in the middle raising his arms, and it behaves like a parachute because that energy blows up out of here at the top. It comes. Now, what happens when smoke leave out of a chimney? It expands outward the moment it leaves that chimney, just like you see here. So it's a chute. It looks like a parachute. And the reason the Egyptians had the dung beetle rolling the dung is because this six-pointed star is the beetle, and the torus field surrounding the beetle is the rolling dung. So this is the
Yep.
the hamster on the wheel.
Where everything and the beetle puts its young in the dung for it because it has the nutrients, everything it needs broken down to feed that new life.
Yep.
Like we just said, you know, you're composed of the things around you. I mean, right now I can see a dung beetle latched on to a ball, you know, and it's so symbolic because, you know, when it's moving, it's picking up materials for the new life, and it needs to make it big and ensure that it has enough sustenance. But then the baby has to crawl out of that, you know, and break out of that quote unquote egg, you know. So man, I mean, we're just killing the symbology tonight, and you're not going to find this in the chematology type of classes because it's going to reveal too much. It'll end dollars, you know.
Exactly. Exactly, man. And you know, that's why I say you gotta support the people that's actually bringing the truth. Me and Masterpiece, I vouch for Masterpiece. You know, make sure y'all subscribe to that, brother. This is a series we're gonna be doing for y'all. Now let's talk about the beetle because we're comparing the beetle to the ether, and all you got to do is just take the B off of it, and you will see that it's the ether or the ether, the ether. Uh,
And you know, you don't have to go too much outside of your tongue because in the East, you know, a lot of people pronounce R's as L. So when they see the L, like for example, my name is Corey, but when I was in parts of Africa, they would say my name as Collie, Collie. Or if they say lyrics, they say relics, like the relics. So the beetle, it doesn't matter. It's still the beater. If you're in Japan, hello, welcome to Japan. This is the beater. And I don't mean to sound racist. I'm good at impressions. So I'm showing you guys how, even though it seems like, because Bro Sanchez gets a lot of flack for like trying to link words together. But I'm saying that the beetle is the eater, the beater, the eater. Go ahead.
and it has its reverence in every religion. This is why Jesus was born in Bethlehem, because the word Bethel or Bethel is the word Bethel. Bethel, the Christians didn't say beetle, they said Bethel, and that became Bethel. Bethlehem is really beetle ram. Now, people like Masterpiece said, people give me flack for my word decoding because I ain't gonna lie and I ain't trying to toot my horn. I thoroughly decode words. I'm the Indiana Jones of this syncretism shit. So I don't just give you the half-ass shit. I go into it when I say, see, this beetle is also known as a ram beetle. And it's also called a ram beetle because it got antlers. It got these little antlers like a ram. So this beetle is also takes the form of a ram, and you can see that here. It takes the form of a ram too. So the ram beetle or the beetle ram became beetle ham or Bethlehem, and this is how Jesus is the ram, and this is why the temple of Bethel is so sacred. Now, people, we giving you some deep research now. Yeah, and see, the reason people disagree with it or turn their nose up because they never heard it. And why would you want to come here and hear something that you already heard before? I wouldn't be teaching you nothing new if you come here and you hear some shit that you always heard. So if I'm telling you something you never heard, it's because I've done some research you may have not done. Go and prove me wrong. Don't call me names, because we just sharing ideas at the end of the day. Now, we can move on from this symbolism, I think. If you want to say anything on it.
No, no, we're good.
So I'll pull this back up here, and that life that beetle carrying is represented by that arrow in the middle of the bow, and the the bow in the middle of the bow, and where it would be Geb. Nut and Geb constantly creates a shoe of energy right in the middle, represented by that pole. So that Ankh means life, and the Ankh is basically a ripple effect, and it's the same thing as that bow and arrow. But see, now we about to go deep with this, because when we talk about the ether, we are talking about, hold on a second. Now, I want to point something else out before I go to the next slide. If you look at this image and look at this image, some ought to click. Like some ought to click, but it's just representing new life, because one thing you got to realize, when you say fetus, take the F off of it. Etus, ether. See, the uterus is the etherus. A lot of,
Yep.
I'm gonna just let that sink a minute. The uterus is the etherus. And another word for ether is either. We use it every day. Either I'm gonna wear a red shirt or a blue shirt. Why is the ether also the either? Because it represents the duality being born, the split. So it's either. The ether is literally either, meaning it's not the sun either, and it's not neither the moon. It's that which split. It's so neutral that all it is either. Like if you say, man, am I gonna get the red shirt or either the blue one? The ether says either. That's why they say it is what it is. I am that I am, and I'm just trying. It's hard to explain, but
Well, it's true. It's a saying that's representing both things in the same status. You can have either the blue car or either the orange car. Either way, one of them has to be chosen, and either way, one of them is going to get used up. No matter what size you are or what life you've lived, either way, you're going to meet the end, the ether. And that's what we were talking about, why the snake is so symbolic. It's indiscriminate. It'll have the antelope or either the rabbit. You know what I mean? It'll eat it all whole without chewing it whole. So whole, it eats it whole, like the hole that it's making. You know what I mean? Like the hole that the spiral, the drain makes. We got the drains and stuff like that, and how they kind of spiral or fold into each other with the path of least resistance. So yeah, go ahead. We were about to leave that snake slide, but we wanted to drop that in first.
yeah, that was true. So we already went over that sperm plunging into. Yeah, okay, yeah, we ripping this up. Let me see what else. We went over the Last Supper because Jesus represent the breaking of the ether. All right, so, or where the snake bites his tail would be the exact position of the tree of life. So now that we see what happens there, something I forgot where I was even originally going, but it's all good because it's just so much coming to me. I tell you what, let's do this because we know that the number 8 represents infinity, recycling, and basically when you look at this number 8, right, you're looking at the same thing as this, and I'm gonna show you how. Now check this out. When you look at this, you are looking at this. So what I'm doing now is showing y'all how to read symbols, knowing what you're looking at when you're looking at it, because people think all of these are different symbols. It's the same symbol viewed from different perspectives. Right now, you are looking at the ether, which is a Cheerio shape. It's a globe shape, globular, spherical shape, egg shape structure, but it's still a donut shape structure or oblate egg tape, egg shape, but it's split in the middle like a donut. Now, when you look at that from a front view, it looked like this right here. Like if I was to cut open a donut and show it to you in front of you, it'll look like this. Now, if you was hovering above this, looking down on it, it'll look like, of course, it'll look like this. So when we looking at the Ouroboros, I want you to see that it's the same symbol. When it's like this, it's the front view. And when you are looking at it like this, you just looking at it above it. Now you got the dude rolling the rock in Greek mythology. I think his name is Sisyphus. Yeah. And he's nothing but the dung beetle rolling the dung. All right. So that's self-explanatory. We'll keep on going further and show you why I even brought that up. Now, why do we want to get the different interpretations? Because when you look at this 8 right here, you need to understand that that's what it is. It's the Aether. So when you say ether, it's literally the number 8 or the Aether. You see? So I'm just showing you the different words that relate to it. And when you say 8, that's the first couple of letters of Aether is 8. And you know something else about it? You cannot spell weight or height without 8 because it's the ether that creates the vertical and horizontal aspects of reality. So, yeah, I mean, that's deep. You want to build on that for a minute?
No. I like where you're going with it.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Just linking in, the numbers, the number 8 dealing with weight, height, dealing with the Aether or the Aether. Now, the number 8 it was something you was showing me one day, Masterpiece. I don't know if you can pull it back up, but the dude made the perpetual energy device. He put the magnet in a little tube and it just kept going round and round. So that's what this represent. When you start want to get into free energy Tesla talk, we can show you how that'll be. This snake, the serpent wisdom, quote unquote, is applied in physical reality to create the foundation of everything we call technology. Meaning there is no technology without the studying of the ether. And when they created the globe model, they got rid of the ether only to create a peasant class. Because when everybody understood the nature of the ether, everyone was on the same level of a Bill Gates, or you was equivalent to the man who designing the levitating objects. We go to the store and we'll buy like the little levitating little objects and we'll say, man, that look good. But what I'm telling you is that's no fun working and buying it. They turned you to the consumer. What if I told you it was just normal? Everybody was making all of this shit normally. Like you was billing this shit. Like, so the knowledge of the ether was taken away with the transforming of the cosmology. So when we say flat earth is deeper than free energy, I just closed it by mistake. Flat earth is deeper than the shape of the ground is free energy because it represents, you know, perpetual energy flow, and we're going to show you how that worked now. I think Masterpiece just sent me the video.
Yeah.
So you want to know why the sun and moon is circling above the earth, and it's going to keep on happening, and it'll never ever stop? Masterpiece got a video here that's going to show you that.
Now I want everybody to remember what you see as the copper coil in the video is happening all around us. In fact, that is the ether. What this is illustrating is how these luminaries slide through these spiraling vortexes of energies, and they're locked into place. Like, it's not like the sun is just gonna fall out the sky one day. This invisible band that you can see when Bro Sanchez shows the toroid fields, you see those grid lines. If you can imagine those grid lines being invisible like the ley lines of the earth, and you have it circling above us and spiraling and going up and down, kind of like a dragon, then you'll see how the sun and moon, they'll never stop moving, just like he's showing now. On and on it goes, and it's locked into place. We can trust that it's steady. We're not flying through nowhere at unimaginable speeds. It's harmonious, it's balanced. It's holding it into place. And a lot of times in ancient artifacts or ancient art, you see a person holding the sun and the moon as if it's holding it up. So these electromagnetics, these pulls and attractions, it's happening with the luminaries. I love how you're bringing this up right now. And it's just slipping through that coil band, if you will, above us. Go ahead.
All I'm doing now is just pulling up the flat earth model, so that if you think of that coil, what Masterpiece showing you, think of this coil wrapped around a Christmas tree like lights. The sun and moon is following a path like that. So that coil would be, it would be a long coil, and it'll spiral up at the top like a Christmas tree pattern. And then it'll reconnect back at the bottom. So it'll be like this huge number 8, like a number 8 with like a bunch of loops going to the top, back down, connecting. It'll be like a DNA strand, but it'll be triangular. That's how the sun and moon move above the flat earth. And this coil, like I said, will be wrapped around a tree of life or North Pole like a spiral pattern.
You know, a lot of times we'll hear kind of like savage and barbaric tales of Christmas and the Christmas tree, you know, or represented people being hung off of it or whatever. But the true syncretism shows you that the Christmas tree is representing the vortex. And when we string the lights around it, making the stars or the path of the trees and putting the bulbs up like the planets, we are recreating our cosmology right there, you know, every December 25th. And we're either demonizing it and we say it's material and we want to stay away from it, you know, like most of us, or we say that you know, it's just a religious thing and it's a waste. But it's now we can kind of see, we can let all that go, and we can see that because of this spiraling energy, we can not only create it from the macro to the micro, but we can also dress it up. And if you go back to the Christmas tree, This is so vital. We're going to tie it back together. If this is the ether, okay, if the tree is the ether, and if you could imagine the tree spinning and carrying the lights with it, carrying the luminaries with it, with the North Pole being at the very tip top, that that spinning and constant renewal of the broken down energies we were talking about is creating the present that is under the tree, the present moment. It's eating up the past. It's eating up the future. You may think that you are gonna go to college and get this job and do that, or marry this girl and do that, but the ether is, you know what I mean, that is the father time, if you will. It is always spinning, and that those future plans you may make. There's that joke that said, if you want to make God laugh, tell him that you made plans. That future is constantly being changed and formed based on your present. So it's the present under the tree, which is the gift of life, that we are always in the present, is representative of, that is the only moment that is actually in existence. There is no future yet. The past is gone. You can't do anything. There's no power in that. Only thing that you can do is now. So the Christmas tree, you guys, like, I mean, it's a beautiful thing, and it's very symbolic. So I mean, if you're coming from a school of thought where, you know, we should demonize it or leave it alone, yeah, definitely the materialism element, and the kind of, you know, Jesus died for our sins element, which is mysteriously connected into this, then we could really have a really powerful time at the solstice. You know what I mean? Instead of running away, we could really charge it up and see just how our cosmology works. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just pulling up that image of Electric Universe, one of my favorite covers by Earth, Wind, and Fire. It was speaking a lot of knowledge about the ether and about electromagnetism, man. So, I mean, hey, I think that's the reason why they got rid of the vinyl area, because a lot of the musicians was really unlocking some chambers in the mind with the artwork on a lot of those vinyls, and even just the vinyl itself shaping like a torus field. So I mean, we in a time now where everything is being pretty much, you know, going away from the organic energy or the etheric energy. And I just want to point something out. If you looking at this Christmas tree here from a top view, you got to remember it's gonna look like this here. So if you're looking at that Christmas tree from a top, if you hovering above it, them lights spread out. And like he said, imagine each layer of light spinning at its own speed. It'll look like this. See how the middle one's spinning fast, but the outer one's spinning slow? And they tell you this. You know, the space programs try to steal these concepts and say, hey, it's different layers of winds on Uranus, and the outer winds spin at this speed and the inner winds spin at that speed. Makes no sense whatsoever when you deal with their what's controlling these elements, because space is a vacuum. It will suck all of the winds into it. See, they're trying to create an etheric situation when they got rid of the ether. See, what will be controlling that and even forming that into a circuit of wind that will be following any kind of organized pattern like this would be the ether, because this is the shape of the ether, but you can't see the ether. But if I pour a bunch of wind inside on top of the ether, then the ether will shape the wind into its shape, and then we can see what the ether look like. So think of the ether like the invisible man. The only way you can see the invisible man is by covering him up. See, when you deal with the ether, everything becomes reverse. Because if you want to see the ether, you got to cover it up. And what happens, all that exists is the ether, but once the ether is comes in contact with earth, water, wind, and fire, it starts to form earth, water, wind, and fire into a earth with humans and shapes.
Yeah, it's like the elements expose what it is. You know what I mean? Like the fire, when that lets you know obviously something is flammable. It lets you know the base elements of that thing, and using it up, burning it, you know, it allows you to see the energy that it had in it. So it's kind of like a catch 22. You know, to see it you have to, you know, burn it or use it or, you know, spill it, or, you know, if you want to see the shape of a statue you got to paint it, you know what I mean? To really emphasize the shapes. Now, I have the I sent you in the back chat the picture of the drain, an overhead picture of the drain. Hmm. Because this is very we're gonna get a little bit deeper now. Okay, in the Google Hangouts, it was like the first thing I sent you. I just resent it, in fact. Okay. Now, this is obviously the overhead view of the torus, and everybody out there, if you could imagine being outside of this Earth terrarium, if you will, and looking down in it, you would see the drain would be the North Pole, and the sink around it would be the continents, and then you'd have the air and the stars, and then the quote unquote dome, which is created out of the extremity of that thing. The dome has no shape because it's constantly flowing. You know, it's constantly changing its shape. So, and it's very fast on the surface. And the and tighter you get in, it's speeding up. Now, this is the thing, and bro, I want to ask you this and postulate this to you. If you that picture that we're looking at with the drain, there is obviously a light source. Now, that light source is being scattered like little stars into the water. Now, if this was a video, though, you would see the water moving, but you would see the reflection of those stars staying in the same place. Meaning that what I'm saying is the the stars may be a scattered reflection of a single light source.
That's exactly what I think it is. And when we take what you're saying and compare it to, uh, let's go back to, all right, we'll use this one. All right, so if we're walking inside of this egg, all of the stars, like he said, is one scattered light source bursting outward and spinning like a carousel. When you was a child at the fairground, when you was on a little horse, little animal spinning at his own speed. What we saying is this: all of these bars around the torus field have endpoints. Think of an electricity cord, and you cut that electricity coil in the middle and you start to splice an end of it. You're taking one single braided cord and you're now bursting it out into individual wires. You could take all them little wires and braid them up to a cord. And that's why in music, when you take a bunch of different notes and braid them up, they call it a chord. So basically, the stars are the single notes, of this. The stars are single notes, and they all connect at the North Pole to make a chord, like we see in this image. All of these individual lines connect in the middle to make one thing. The stars we see in the sky are literally the broken ends of a cord, and it's sparking at the end. Think of electricity cord, and that's spinning. Now, the only way I can give you a visual image of this is, Masterpiece, help me out. What's that thing Tesla created with the little ball with the light sparks coming out the middle?
Ooh,
I'm
yeah,
gonna put Tesla light ball. Somebody know what I'm talking about. There you go. So
yeah,
the stars, if that ball start, now listen, all that exists is that ball in the middle. And each of them little lines or veins coming from it. See, this is like a little lamp, but I'm just saying, if this lamp wasn't like that and you just had a light inside of a crystal ball, that light would have a reflection 360 degrees around. It would basically reflect itself all on the surface of this ball, and the reflection will distort along the edges, but the light will spread out. The more we expand this dome, the more that light will start to break up, and it will become into one light source to a bunch of different light rays. And this what the sun is really one light. But daylight is created by a plural aspect, that one light reflecting itself into many rays. Now the thing is, that's called expansion, because literally you can have a single beam of light, and if the sun was just like a laser, you wouldn't have daytime. But since it's expanding its light, like we see here, we can bathe in the rays of the sun each day. And as the sun move, it takes those rays with it, or the extensions of itself. So this thing is showing you how light expands, and if you start spinning this middle point, all the arms will start spinning. And this is exactly what we see when we look up in the night sky. We're looking at the ends of it, of ley lines of light. So I put this up. Hold on. We was looking at that in comparison to this here. So in this image here, it really ain't showing you what I'm trying to say, but to a certain level, because basically what I'm trying to say here is, there is no, like, basically the stars represent places where the energy spurts out of each star. And if you skeet some water out of a hose pipe, the further the water expands, it triangulates. So you can have like a fountain spout, and you can get inside of the water, and be walking inside of the little water spout, you know what I'm saying. But what I'm trying to say here is this. It's not really, what's connecting it is the ends of that light expanding outward and then making a barrier. Meaning that, just like this, each of the ends of this light, at the end of the light, it will grow out like a flower. And when all of these little stems grow out like a flower, it's what creates the outer barrier. So let's go back to flat earth, and you can see that's what they showing you too. So if you was a bird living inside of a huge tree, the branches of the tree would create the barrier or the torus field. So like Master P said, it don't have a shape because the tree branch is always growing and some falling. So every day the tree has a different shape. And just like a cloud ain't really, it's like what this image showing you is that the tree morphs around the edges. So if you was a bird inside of a tree, you'll just look out at endless green all around you. From inside of that tree, you'll be engulfed in the branches, and you won't be able to see nothing but green all around, and you will look at these little beams of light flickering through the leaves. And if you would just so happen to fly out of that tree, you know where that light was coming from. The sun was shining out there. So that's what happens on the outside of this tree of life, or this Taurus field. We like a bird leaving the inside of the tree, so to speak. I don't know if I'm.
Yeah, it's like a fiber optic light, you know, when it has those stems, but it doesn't get light until the end of the stems. Or a disco ball, you know, the one light source, and it's projecting and bouncing it all around your room while it's spinning. And now that spinning, everybody, that is what we're talking about as the ether. That is the medium that is carrying it. It's like having a big bowl of water and dumping a bunch of say sparkles into it, and then you stir the water, and then the sparkles start to lift and follow the motion, and then you take the spoon out and it's still swirling in that water. The water's still taking it. I mean, I wish we could have like a video representation of that, but I think that people know what I'm talking about. That is that ether, and that is why it's so synonymous with water. You know, like the infinite waters of potential. You know what I mean? The oceans. You know, God's spirit moved across the face of the water. It moved. It steered the water. So if you could imagine leaving out, you know, some paint and some water, and then walking away for like 2 weeks, and then coming back and seeing the water's clear, and the paint or the mud or the sand has all settled at the bottom of the bottle, steering it, breathing life into it, getting oxygen into it, stirring that water, it kicks up the dirt or the paint at the bottom, and it starts to cloud it up and starts to follow the flow of the water. And what we're saying is that that flow is infinite. It is everlasting. It's a perpetual motion device. And we can mimic that, all of us. We could get there if we maybe were introduced to this at kindergarten.
And you know, I truly believe that. I believe it's something deep about this earth, a far greater purpose other than just working, you know, and doing what, you know, stuck in the matrix. Man, hold on. Let me give a big shout out to Be Strong. Hold on. Be Strong. Appreciate that super chat donation, brother. Brother, that's powerful, man. That's, whoo, hey, got to give you some props for that, man. I appreciate the support, bro. He says, one time for bro and peace, the battle ram of this knowledge game. Salute. My brother, much love to you. We're going to keep this thing going. And shout out to everybody out there in the chat room. Appreciate you once again, my brother. You know, it was something you were saying, Masterpiece, about stirring. And when you said stir, I just wanted to let people know that the word stir is related to the word ether, because it used to be called the Easter. And we have a holiday called Easter. And really, Ter is Tor, or Taurus field, which is ether. And there's a God, right? Let me show y'all how deep this is. Hold on. Look at the image in front of you. You see how you got all of those different lines of light being born from that middle one, bro?
Yep.
They turned that into this image of this dude with all the titties and the milk flowing out of each one, but they all coming from him.
Yep.
So his name is Ishtar, or Ether. Ether, Ishtar. It was ether, but when they put in the stirring of the ether, or how the ether stirs, Easter eggs, right? Why do we have an Easter egg? Because rabbits don't lay eggs, but rabbis do. So it ain't the rabbit egg, it's the egg of the rabbi, which is, let me show you what that is. Here it is right here. This the rabbit egg or the rabbi egg, meaning all of the rabbis hide these secrets. Your elite men, your high-ranking secret society members, and they use this for their advantage. So when you look at Ishtar, if you look on top of his head, you got a cup. That cup pours down with water, and it drips down upon each breast. And once it start pouring from his cup down his body, it expands outward when it reach that breast part, and it becomes one single flow of water into many little streams. And that's what this image showing you. This is the concept of Ishtar, or the Easter egg. But it ain't nothing about a rabbit, it's a rabbi. Tesla was on the knowledge of, the rabbis and shit. It was rabbis that was man, listen, when I say rabbi, I'm not just targeting no Jewish religious dude. I'm talking about any man that went in this rabbit hole to unlock this knowledge. Yeah, that's the shit Tesla was had tapped into. But when you try to give this knowledge to everyone on earth, you become a threat. And Tesla had found a way to turn this into amusement. Tesla would have shows where he would make his whole body light up. Tesla was so ingenious that he found out how to pass electricity or the electrical current through his body and make his body light up like a light, and he didn't die. If you try to do that, you'll cook yourself. And some of Tesla's experiments and tricks ain't been duplicated since he died. But what he was introducing, the knowledge of the ether in a universal way, a harmless way, that was going, man, really take this reality to a level of technology that was, we would be on, all right, you got all these different forms of technology. If Tesla would have kept living, we would have been in ethereal tech. Ethereal tech.
Yeah. We wouldn't even be able to conceive where we would be able to be right now, because we're just leaving cords. I mean, we still use cords to plug in our phones, our TVs got cords. So we're in this corded world, and even when they go wireless, it's some dangerous thing that people complain about, headaches and stillborns and abortions and stuff like that. Miscarriages. I'm sorry. Yeah, miscarriages around all these towers and these dangerous, devices that we're using. I was reading. I saw this documentary that was saying that these wind turbines are causing mass deaths among animals and a lot of birth problems. So the type of energy that we could have been harnessing now, if we were taught this when we were young, is unimaginable. And that's what really kind of gets me. That really gets me, because when I was young, I would always wonder why there was poverty in continents. They would always show us like African children starving, and I couldn't understand how people could let that happen. And just by looking at old cosmology, we're unlocking, in my opinion, ways that the ancients saw this world and how they saw energy being recycled through the top and bottom of this toroidal field, knowing that everything is coming back and recycled like compost. I sent you a link to compost a little while ago. I don't know if you got it, but the compost is just like the ether, that really black earth, earth, that breath, the heart. It's all interchangeable. And like we said, everything comes from that. But that material of that compost soil was previously in another shape, in another form. So okay, right here we go. Okay, so you got this here. So when you put this magnet, they're using like electromagnetics under this, and it's a mechanism that is deep within the water, that is, once it's turned, it is stirring the waters up, and you'll see how it's spinning. There's to shed light on the ancients, there's, I think it's ancient Norse, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but in their cosmology, and in many others, like how Ptah was spinning the wheel, there's always this spinning, of spinning.
That tree at the middle of this is spinning.
Mm-hmm. That is what's spinning, yeah. And there's something that is spinning it, and I would, I would say it's the intelligence. But okay, you see how what we are saying is that looks like there's like a finger or a snake in the water, but really what that is the absence of water. And so the dome, right, that is above us, that you can see those bubbles. Yeah, you see how the tree kind of funnels in. It's all symbolic. Now you can see those bubbles. They are being carried by that current flow, like the stars, or like the wandering stars, I should say, because the stars are fixed. That's light aberration, while the wandering stars must be like these specks, if you will, that were in the water. Back it up a bit, to when it was creating bubbles. Yeah, that would be like the luminaries, the wandering stars. Now the dome above, that it's making a dome where if you were to swim, which would be our air, if you were to fly a rocket up, right up in that water, you would burst out, aka cracking the dome, cracking the surface of that water, and it would be the air. So in as the macro, that would be that state outside of the dome. That would be that space outside of this electromagnetic toroidal field, that negative space right there. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is really deep stuff because this shows you about that spinning that the dung beetle does to create life. The spinning, like if you think of Shu in Egyptian cosmology, it's this spinning, it's this vortex in the middle of the cup. Is basically what happens is once that spinning gets started, that water gotta go somewhere because you got a void in the middle, but where is that water going? It just ain't disappear. All of that water is being recycled around the edge of the cup. And if you look at the surface of the cup, the surface always changing. You can't measure it because soon as you say the water surface is a certain height, it changes like by the second because it's a constant stirring. So like that what's happening on the surface of that cup, the edge of the cup, right there at the wall, is a lot of tension building up. Like if you was inside that gravitron and it starts spinning, you'll be kind of flung to the edge. And that's what's happening to that water. And as it does that and spin, it has no other way to go but back into the center. And it keep doing that. And a paradox or tornado happens. So what this is here is also the Egyptian lotus flower. You got the lotus flower. That lotus flower is just this here, which is the witch hat. We wanna break down to you why these symbols were so important to the ancestors, because I want to do that to show you that the ancestors weren't just some good artists and painters who didn't know what they was painting. Like people in masterpieces are artists. Like it's interesting because people look at all of these artifacts and symbols as just beautiful ancient art, as opposed to patents, as opposed to personified patents, like they understood the same shit that that foundates world technology today. They understood then, so they talk about this in Back to the Future, and it's crazy they call it Back to the Future because that's what we doing right now. We going back to this knowledge, and they acting like it's some new shit. Green knowledge, Tesla energy. We going back to the future. This was what the ancients was talking about with the lotus flower and all that. These cats ain't inventing nothing. They've been ripping off ancient patents for the longest. That's what tomb raiding was all about. Y'all thought the treasure was silver and gold, but the treasures was the ancient patents, the scrolls. That's what it was. Now, we can continue with this, but man, like I said, what we looking at right there in the blended image where Masterpiece showing, it's the same thing Tesla lamp is doing, you know. So I hope y'all see how all of this stuff tie together. Like, if you look at this image, the torus field one half of, it'll maintain a, when they say globe is for a reason. It's mean it's spherical, but a glob is it morphs like it. And I know this gonna sound nasty, but if somebody fling a glob of snot, you know, the snot it'll maintain because it's jelly like. It'll maintain it won't break apart like if you fling water. It'll be drips. Somebody fling some gooey or globally, right? It'll stay globular, but it will be morphing in the air. Like if I throw a ball of slime at you, it's gonna morph. It'll still be globular as it travels through the air, but as it travels, it's gonna be morphing like this globular morph. So that's how you even get the word globe, and that's why the globe ain't really got a shape. They tell you it's pear shape, it's potato shape, it's perfect globe, because they really playing a mental trick on you. That's what we really living in, a globular type, morphing type egg. And what's creating the barrier or the surface of the egg that we live in, because we don't live on its surface. The surface of the egg can be seen just like this image here. If that middle part is spinning, these little lines of light ain't just still. I don't know if y'all ever played with one of these, but the light is morphing, it's ever changing, just like the stars twinkling, ever changing, morphing. Each little stem, it ain't just, if I was to hit the play button, this stem wouldn't stay like this. It'll be dancing like fire flames. So if you look at the stars, that's what they doing, twinkling like flames of fire. And they're all coming from being projected from the center of the earth. And as that disco ball spins, we see the stars spin with it. But like Masterpiece said, it's just one light source that's being reflected outward and scattering outward. So yeah, I think we've exhausted that to the point where we can probably move forward to something else. What you think?
Yeah. Let's do it. This is getting good because the ether with the globe, you know, with the vacuum of space, you know, where's that? Well, first of all, I guess Einstein is responsible for ridding the ethers, you know, with the theory of relativity, and then the black holes and projecting this reality into another universe. That's where it could be going. But, you know, we've already debunked that whole, that whole preposterous thing. They say that you can't hear anything in space, yet we hear the hammers being dropped and the tools being dropped in the moon footage. So that's fake. Then they say that you need a medium to transfer electromagnetic wavelengths. So if light's gonna, so they say that light doesn't actually travel through space. The sun's light only illuminates when there's gross matter involved, like in the atmosphere and rocky surfaces and water. So the science has to get so bizarre, and it all has to be rooted in scientific theory. And as long as you put the word scientific in front of the word theory, then it's okay. And just to have a not even like a subpar model with the flat Earth and the electromagnetic universe theory that we're going in on right here with the ethers, it not only is it so simple, but it transcends all cultures and all time. Like from the earliest artifacts, we could find these types of shapes and these types of symbolisms, the Ouroboros, the cross, the swastika, and you don't need anything crazy like gravity that you can't prove to support this. It's the ether, and Aries' failure was an experiment where Professor Aries, Airy, he was trying to see, was it the stars above moving, or was it the Earth moving? And he found that it was the stars moving. And the way he worded it was that it was the ethers that are carrying this atmosphere, the stars, the moon. And so it's a very basic, easy thing to grasp without having to go outside to this, this crazy heliocentric model.
Yeah, that is real interesting stuff, and it start to expand the limits of the limitations of reality. When you get into this stuff that we getting into, humans start to develop God-like abilities in technology. So you can see the God symbolism here. This would be the Jesus crown of thorns, So this is what gives man wings. And the wings is mean to go into the future. It's the understanding of the ether that determines whether we're in the past, present, or future. We say, well, technology is getting advanced, so we're getting into the future. And when you think about the word future, it's just it has the word Tor in it as well, because it's dealing, you can't have a future without the Torus field, the stirring of the ether. But we talked about Easter in relation to this, was one holiday, another way we revere this. But Easter is also Esther in Christianity. I know many talk about the book of Esther. So I like to throw things out there for the Christians to let them see. It was universal science. You can find it in everybody's religion. If you think about Mecca, the black stone with everybody around it, I know we went over this. I'm just reiterating on it. You know what I'm saying? But it's a couple of more things I wanted to tie into this, because you're looking at this ripple effect right here, and there's a reason we got this flat Earth map. I know a lot of people already know about that, but they turned that into the Milky Way, and there's something I wanted to bring up, that the Milky Way behaves like the ether. Now, here's the problem. You cannot deny the ether, because when you try to explain reality from a macrocosmic aspect, the only thing that can really make it possible is the ether. And I'm trying to go slow with you. Let me turn my phone off real quick. Hold on. Whenever you're trying to explain reality from a macrocosmic perspective, the concept of the ether apply, or either it will be inexplicable. In other words, that's a nature's trick. The way she created this thing is the only way you can explain it in macrocosm. So let me break that down to you. Shit, hold on. So, you got globular deception, but when they try to explain what's housing the globe, they can't do nothing but go to flat Earth and the ether with the Milky Way, because there's only so far your deception can go, and you really can't lie when you get into macrocosm. That's why if I say in the beginning, you automatically start off with darkness. You can't lie to the soul. Like we know, okay, it was darkness and some happened. Now, when you start there, they telling you the truth. When you start breaking down the Big Bang all the way up into the point of how life exists within it. And see, the Big Bang is an explosion of light. It's not an explosion of the elements being born out of nothing. Here's the trick. You can't have nothing from something, something from nothing. What was how does this work? See, the ancients said that all that exists is light and darkness, and they drew it out in yin and yang. And if you look at this image, you can see this is plagiarization of the yin and the yang. See, the spiral is defined by the darkness in between it. So now you got a spiral of light and a spiral of darkness. So the darkness in between the light represents the ether, because without that, you don't know it's a spiral. It's carving this thing into a spiral. So the darkness has a shape, but you say what now let's talk about the elements, right? What is physicality? What is earth, water, wind, and fire? What creates the elements? The mind of the creator. So the elements break down to nothingness, but nothingness is darkness. But it's not emptiness, it's not space, it's pure intelligence. That's why you put the seed into the darkness, because the darkness know how to turn it into a tree. So the darkness forms the light into a spiral and starts to shape the light into sacred geometric shapes that we see to make our reality, because the darkness is not nothingness. It is what permeates everything. It's what, see, when you say, how did the creator make the elements? It thought them. It simply thought them, because it didn't pick up, I say this all the time, like the creator didn't pick up water to make water. The creator didn't pick up, air to create air. Once air was conceived, it was. Once fire was conceived, it existed as it always existed. And that's something hard for people to grasp. Like,
may I? It's almost as if, we talk about the four elements as the four pillars of this earth or this reality, and it's not the creator saying I need fire and I need water and now I need this. It's not that, as bro was saying. Can you go to the video of the spiraling water? Okay. So if we go back to where, okay, so now say this is the creator. We talked this about the intelligence, the blackness. Once it starts moving, it starts thinking, it starts meditating, it starts coming alive. It has a will, and it pulls in out of itself what is needed. So it's like going to the hardware store to build a deck. You need to get nails, you got to get some wood, you got to get some brackets, you know what I mean? Maybe some wood filler. So the goal isn't the elements, the goal is life. But the way that the life, the way that the intelligence is sucking down, see how it's sucking down itself. It's specializing the matter. It's pulling out certain elements of itself and making them realized so that it can then create life. So when we're looking at nature, bro, or energy itself, like Sanchez always says, it's a byproduct. Energy is just a byproduct of this happening right here. The bubbles are a byproduct of the spinning.
My bad. The mic was off the whole time. Uh, Shit. What was I saying? Oh, okay. Basically, what we saying here is y'all didn't miss much. I'm gonna reiterate on it. Basically, what we saying with the conception of the elements only exist as uh vibrations. Water don't exist. It's being held in existence. You don't exist. You're being held in existence, and that's a big difference. See, what makes this reality is pure thought power. You got to get this idea of earth, water, wind, and fire out of your head, and you got to look at the center of this wheel, that undefined space, because that's what's separating the elements. Basically, when you look at this Dogon womb of all worlds, you're looking at this cyclone from a top view. And when you split that circle into 4 pie slices, those were the 4 original thoughts of the Most High, being earth, water, wind, and fire. Now listen to me, people. Every thought got to be held in existence. If I tell you to think of an apple right now, you're going to think of an apple. But eventually you're going to stop thinking of that apple. So the apple ain't going to exist in your mind no more. What I'm telling you is this. That's how the elements exist. The Most High is holding a constant vibrational thought called water. That would be what the ancestors called a water god, because water ain't nothing but a memory that's been constantly remembered. Like, water don't exist as something that's is. The only thing that is the one pondering this idea called water. Meaning, we perceive it as this wet stuff you can jump in and splash, but it don't exist. It's being held in existence, meaning water is constantly in motion. And if you fill up something with water, then, steam, vapor, it creates an ecosystem on top of itself where it creates its own renewing process. So let me explain something to you. Even still water is moving. Because what's happening on the surface, the water is being turned to gas, and every now and then, once it get build up above the lake, a little rain happen. And that rainwater is the water from the lake dropping back down into itself. And it's constantly renewing itself. And when that process is slowed down, it becomes swampy water. Don't clean itself that much. The process is slower. Shit move. See what I'm saying? Like a clogged drain. But everything creates a torus field, right? And basically the earth ain't no different. But what I'm telling you is that the elements are being held in existence. That's why if I tell you right now to go and produce water, you ain't just gonna open your hand and it be water. You gotta turn on a faucet. Or if I say produce fire, you'll strike 2 sticks together. And what you're basically doing is tapping into the idea, which is the seed, to create the second thing, which is the physical element. So what they tell you how the elements were spoken into existence, it's because all that exists is the words of the source. But no, it ain't the words, it's the whirling of the source. Put it this way. Think of a smoothie. You put your strawberries in, then you put your bananas in, put your kiwis in, and you put your grapes in. And all of these fruits that you stacked in that blender is on its own layer. But when you hit that on button, all of that fruit don't exist on its own layer no more. It all gets stirred up and blended together, and it tastes so good when it's a smoothie. Now check this out. That's what the earth is. When the elements was conceived, they start to be blended together by the mind of the one that existed in the middle of the creation. So Alma represents the negative space, the part where allow for the thought to take place. You got to save some room to think about it. That, all right, that's the invisible realm that allowed a physical reality to emanate from it. So that thought realm is what we're talking about now, ether. All right, now the ether is the realm that the thoughts, all vibrational things you can't see, exist within. Put it, the ether is so subtle and so important for reality. Everything need a medium to travel through. My question is, what do we pass thoughts through? This thing called an ether. That's what we're saying about you can't have a physical reality without thoughts. It'll collapse. Thoughts govern the elements. So when you go outside and you see the clouds moving, the water constantly moving, the sun moving, it's because the one that's moving it is in the middle of the elements, like you see in this image, like Masterpiece was showing you here, if you was looking at this from a top view. So as the mind of the creator pondered water, and like Masterpiece said, it wasn't about water, earth, and fire. It was about the creation. It was about, like, when I make a smoothie in the morning, it ain't necessarily about, like, I'm not using the blender to produce the fruit. I'm using the blender to blend the fruit, right? The fruit was manufactured somewhere else, and I brought it together and I used this instrument to blend it. So what am I saying? When the Most High conceived of earth, water, wind, and fire, these things existed in states that would be like you putting the fruit in the blender, but you ain't turned it on yet. So what I'm saying is, as earth, water, wind, and fire was born out of the point of singularity, the mind of the source, and they burst out of that mind, the moment they were conceived, they were spun together to create you and me, the animals. Everything in this reality is a result of the elements marrying each other. Now, if you look at what I'm telling you here, is that at the same time the Most High conceived the water, earth, wind, and fire, it was using them for the purpose it conceived them for. So if the ultimate goal was to create life, the moment these elements was conceived, they were begin to be spun together in different equations to make different shit, if that makes sense. So the elements exist as ideas circling around the mind of the source, and as they circle around that pole, it's like the fruit circling around the blender, all right? And it keeps the smoothie. See, if you stop to think of it, let's go back to this flat earth model. The tree in the middle represent the blender where everything being stirred up together. Check this out, right? If you put oil in a cup with water, the oil will go and assume its own level, and the water assume its own level, and they'll be separated in layers. But if you stir it up, it's gonna look very beautiful. They make lava lamps like that. Like, it looks like the ocean with all the fish in it, or the earth with all the humans in it, by stirring up and separating them layers into different little expansions of itself. So what I'm saying is this: that tree that's stirring up the elements is keeping the elements from dividing up into their own layers. Without that tree in the middle of the ether stirring up the ether, all the elements would be like water and oil. All the water will go to a, see, water finds its own level in this reality, and fire exists in a certain level, and rock exists on a certain level. There's a law called density that separate everything in this reality based upon its own weight. So as you go up high, you get to the layers of helium and shit like that that exists in layers. What I'm saying is this: if there was no stirring happening at the North Pole, everything that makes up reality would dissipate and separate from itself. The sun will separate from the moon. Fire would go to its own place. Water would flow down all to one big glob wherever it's at. The air would go to where it'll just ascend to where all the oxygen molecules at. Well, I hate to say molecules, but you know what I mean. Like everything would go to its own respected layer. Only thing that's keeping reality together is the stirring at the North Pole. Without that stirring, everything will separate. All the elements will separate from each other. So you want to expound on that a little bit, Masterpiece?
Yeah, that stirring, that is synonymous with the vibration, and I guess that they're the same thing. I'm as it's stirring, as it's spinning, it's creating the sound, or the sound is creating the spinning. Either way, it's done in the mental plane, as we said, the invisible. The when you are thinking a thought, or when you are pondering something like an option that you may want to choose for yourself, you can you can realize that there's no extent to how far you can go with that thought, although you're sitting in the same seat. Now that the image that you have in your mind, that space, that perceived space, if you can imagine walking down your block, or imagine driving down a road, you're staying still, yet in your mind you are creating distance, you're creating space. Now the backdrop of that is that the imagination. That imagination would be the ether. There's a limitless amount of space in your mind to create, and whatever you will, or whatever you intend to hold your thoughts on, is what's going to come out of that space in your mind, however big or however small. So it's a little easier to conceive, to perceive, for anybody out there that's not understanding it. It's just like when we say the universe, like it's like a mental construct, or it's the thoughts that's holding this together. Just imagine that, yes, it is happening at one point. Like we're saying, there's one source. Just like you sitting down, you close your eyes, you are the source. And there's a limitless amount of stuff that you can create from with your imagination, and that stuff is the ether, and the one that's spinning it is you, or the Most High. So that's just
Yeah, that was important because people want to know, like, how was the elements created? And I think a lot of time globalists with their Big Bang, they can show how physical elements can come out of darkness. But when we say it on flat earth, they say, oh, that's pseudoscience. You're just telling me the elements was thought into existence. Yeah, the same way you said with the Big Bang, everything is thought into existence. Like there's no other way to manifest in this reality. And thought is nothing but the manipulation of the elements. And the original thoughts are the elements. All right? Every thought you having is founded upon manipulating and the result of the elements. So yeah, we can move on from that. I think y'all get the point with that. And that's why this thing shapes like a brain, because all that exists is the mind of the source and the many expressions of it. So what we're telling you when we deal with it from a free energy perspective, electric universe perspective, and then I'm gonna let Masterpiece go in on the sync flow. Hold on, we need our Giphy file. Damn, you had the. I'll get that back. I'll get it back. Hold on a minute. Shutting some of this stuff off, man. So let's pull up this right here, because I'm losing my frame of thought already. Yeah, here it is. So this is the inside of the Earth torus field. Let's use this one right here, okay? Because this will show you the ground we walking on and how the stars is spinning with the firmament and how the oceans is spinning right here with the bottom, right? So this is the sky, the ground, and us in between, living within the dielectric inertial plane where the devil, where heaven and hell meets. They tell you the children of the earth is in between them. Now, if you look at these early Christians' interpretations of what I said, that ain't possible in heliocentrism, folks. In order for the earth to be in between what they conceived as heaven and hell, you're looking at it right now. Now, this science, this ain't just mythology we giving you. That's why I'm using this image, this science. So, you know, we talk about the lights wrapped around a Christmas tree like an S, and you can see that right now, right? And then another thing I want to point out is that, damn, this is deep, man, where I'm trying to go with this. I'm losing my thoughts because I'm all over the place. Yeah, when I told you earlier, if that stirring in the middle of this image stop, the image won't exist. I don't know if y'all know how deep that is, but like, if there was nothing stirring in the middle, you wouldn't see nothing but blackness here. Now, another way you can look at that is this. If we go inside of this thing, this is our view, right? Now, here is the flat earth tree of life. And here is us walking inside of it, right? With the sun and moon always on either side, because when the tree splits, it splits in polarity. Half of it on the left, sunlight, half moonlight, and it's spinning, right? Day and night, day and night. And that's how we get this flat earth model. But listen to me. If you got two daughters and you got one daughter on your left arm, one daughter on your right arm, and you spin them around, once you go to spinning at a certain speed, it don't require no muscle no more. Once you get them going, because I've spent children around like this before, like you see with the sun and moon, you reach a point where it's literally the centrifugal force that's doing the work for you. It's like you ain't even holding nobody on your arms. All long as you keep your legs moving at a certain speed, you can relax your arms and your daughters will just be suspended in the air. I know what I'm talking about. It's the same way you can hold water in a bucket by spinning it. If you don't spin it fast enough, the water will pour out. All right? So what I'm saying is, without the North Pole spinning, the sun wouldn't even be united with the moon. Because listen, if you spinning your two daughters on your arms and you reach that certain speed where they like, oh, this is really fun, and you notice your arms making a wave like snake pattern. Like as your legs spin, your daughters ain't just in a straight line. They like a carousel, up and down, but it's a nice little balance. You can feel it, right? And basically, if daddy just stops spinning, he gonna hurt his daughters. You got to gradually slow down. Any man know what I'm talking about. If you played with children, you don't just stop spinning abruptly. You're gonna hurt the children. You got to slow down gradually. And then they can start running like they started, and it'll be like a movie going and rewind, fast forward. Like, cause they started off running. Then when you started getting real fast, both of your daughters jumped up in the air and they weren't able to put their feet back on the ground because you're spinning too fast. And they just laughing. And the only way they can put their feet back on the ground is if you come to a gradual stop. Now, if the North Pole stops spinning, the same thing will happen. The sun and moon will drop. Like, it'll just fling out from nothing. It'll just separate from me. Like, if you spinning your two daughters around, one in each hand, and you let them go, they both gonna fly away from each other. That's what'll happen if the North Pole tree of life was to unravel. So this thing in the middle represent the one spinning it. That's, but if you cut this, the sun and moon will just fly away from each other. Everything, reality will unloosen and shrivel up.
Yeah, it's like when when you see those movies where there's like an old relic and they find a key and they walk up to it and they shove it in and it starts lighting up and the big like those big arms, they start like spinning like the atom. They revive the machine, and then the big arches, they start spinning around, and it starts spinning faster and faster and faster, and then like a plasma beam is made, and then everything starts lighting up, from that spinning. They even had that in X-Men when Magneto would go in that machine, and those things would start spinning, and it would spread that electromagnetic energy, and everybody would like lose their powers or whatever. Uh, that spinning is creating that light or that hologram, and reality as we know it is dependent on that spinning. It's not that the spinning is it's not that what's passing us by, what we see there, is creating our life. It's that thing that is creating that spinning that is projecting all life. You know what I mean? So like Bro Sanchez says, if that stops, then the sun, the moon, the luminaries, they all stop. And in the heliocentric model, they say if the sun goes out, everything would spread out and scatter across the universe. And so in this model, once the source goes out, which makes more sense, then nothing would really fly off course. It would just I guess cease to exist. It's that spinning, that the patad of the potter's wheel that created the life, or the witch's cauldron, the spinning of the witch's cauldron, making that toroidal flow, creating the life. So it's like that vibration that we're saying, and you're about to bring up Mama Ama with the, it looks like, hula hoop kind of spinning it around. You put your hands up when you're hula hooping, and when you get it on the rhythm, you don't even got to put any energy into the hula hoop. You just rock back and forth. But to start that hula hoop, you gotta do big swings with the hips, right?
It is really deep stuff here because, you know, what we're seeing is it's like the mind of the source is dual, and all of the things that we consider heavy that compose reality was created from the bottom half of the mama, and you can link those heavy things to either the sun or the moon. And all of the things that we consider as light materials was created above where the hula hooping is. And when all of those light elements on a periodic table existing on a layer above the source collided with those heavy elements, they never could quite make contact, because right in the middle was a shredding where they only can connect in fragments like a smoothie, where the only way that fruit is gonna be blended together once I cut that smoothie machine on is really as one thing. Like, it'll be different if I put all that chopped up fruit in a bowl and stir it up with a spoon. It'll mix it all together and it'll be fruit salad, but it won't be a smoothie. Once you put that joint in the blender and create, it turns it into one paste. You don't know whether it was a strawberry, pineapple. You got to taste the smoothie, then you can tell me what's in it. But once it become that same uniform color and exists as one smoothie, you don't know you can't tell the strawberries apart from the pineapples in this state. So right there in the middle where you see the sun and moon being spun, we try to make sense out of reality, just like somebody trying to look at a smoothie and guess what kind of fruits in the smoothie. We're inside of the smoothie. We're right there in the middle of the mama where the sun and moon going around, where all the light and heavy elements are being blended up. So we only see the elements in a blended state. From this, we only see reality in a fragmented state. You know, you want to expound on that a little bit, bro?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to even imagine what the elements on their own appear like outside of this world that we're in. You know, like you said, we're in it experiencing the wind, which is composed of fiery elements and air elements and water elements and earthy elements that you breathe in. The soil composed of fire elements and earthy elements, and there's water that gets sprinkled, and there's air in the water. You know what I mean? It's like you said, it's all a mashup, and everything is existing off of each other in this ecosystem. Once you kill one thing, you affect another thing here. You tug the string and something else moves. That's the quote unquote only kind of relativity that I agree with. And then to leave outside, you know, what we're looking at, what we're thinking about here is having an ocean of potentiality. So an ocean of everything, pure information, so dense and dark and black. And once the spinning happens, it illuminates and it specializes and it groups certain particular characters or constituents out of that darkness, and it shines light on them, if you will. You know, it spotlights them out, and that light that we see is the infinity that can rise and be sustained, but it can always fall into the eternity. We talk about that a lot on this channel, where the ocean of potentiality, that creator would be the eternal. And when these worlds pop up, no matter how long we may perceive them to be, 100,000 million years or whatever, it's still operating on a sense of time. And so to get outside of this kind of reality is inconceivable. But I would imagine it would be some sort of like when you said when you turn on the TV and it's the static channel, everything is just kind of existing, waiting to be pulled out, you know, waiting for certain colors, certain lights to be pulled out of that static and then make like a channel or a program for you. So when we're talking about the ethers, we're also really talking about the eater. It's like the further and further away you get to that extremity, the further away you get to the end of your life, the further away out you go from the North Pole, the more dangerous it gets. It seems like it gets more and more choppy, more dangerous, more volatile, right? And if you go too far, that's like where you're getting eaten up, right? Those extremities. When you look at the Norse picture, where how the trees are bending, they're bending into the shape of that reality. And if the eater wants to do whatever it wants, it's gonna do it. It's gonna eat it up. And so outside, what's existing right outside of that is enough potential in a square inch to create a whole other bubble. You know, you expand that bubble and you make a void out of that darkness. But that void that you're creating, that light that you're creating, is temporal. It's temporary only. The darkness, the ether, is the primordial, and it is the thing that's going to outlast once everything, you know, falls back down.
And you know, and another way you can look at this is everything you can see in this picture, being in a tree, the mountains, the earth plane, represent the conscious thought of source of the one. See, excuse me. Reality is made of conscious thought, and what we call non-reality, or the ethereal realm, this negative space that look like lungs or a Valentine's Day heart, that's really what's uh everlasting. So the darkness always exists, but the light come on and off, and that's how you get the variation. Now, the light don't always exist, but it comes on and off. That's how we get day and night. And what I'm saying is, the conscious reality don't always exist. Things come in and out of existence. Even the clothes you wearing got to disappear one day. Everything got to vanish and come back, because the conscious mind of the source is the part that's limited, and the subconscious is the unlimited part, and they coexist in the same space in the form of the body and the soul. So in this image, the negative space would be the subconscious that controls the conscious, because you don't see thoughts, but you see actions in the form of physicality, chunks of flesh punching on each other, screaming world star, chunks of flesh getting in another chunk of flesh called a car, moving itself to a stadium, and next thing you know, they doing a wave dance, or you see a concert. And if you was an alien that was looking at this world on mute, you would wonder what's making the matter move. And that's the invisible part, the thoughts. So if you look at this image with the same thing in mind, you're looking at all the elements just moving around. The water, the wind is constantly in motion. And you're saying, what's making it move? The music. Because if you was watching that concert on mute, you'll be like, they just acting stupid. I don't hear nothing. If you was looking at this earth from macrocosm, just seeing all the elements form this sphere and have this structure, you'll be like, what's making these elements, make a tree, make a bird? What's putting it together? The composer, the music, that's what the source is, the vibration that allow for many vibrations to emanate from it. So the tree itself represents that part of a record player that spins the record. If that vinyl player don't spin that record, guess what you don't get? Music. Life is music. And what spins the record is this North Pole. But it's not the tree, because the tree is physical, and you seeing that tree spin is like seeing a cargo, but it's something making the cargo that you don't see because it's hidden, and that's the gas. So the ether representing the negative space in this image isn't nothing. You can look at that as the mind of the source moving everything that's around it, So that's how we got to look at that negative space. That's why it's shaped like a brain. It's like you sit a child down in a room and you put a bunch of different blocks around that child, and buddy, you come back and that child and put the block from each place around it to the middle to make one thing. You put a pile of red blocks in the left corner of the child, green blocks in the back corner, blue ones in the other corner, 4-corner different color blocks, and watch that child, and it can't help but bring all them colors together. It's gonna make some with them, and that's what this is. So when we go back here to the Dogon womb of all worlds, this great mother exists as Amma, spinning up the elements, just like that child sitting Indian style, taking all that Play-Doh around him, building all that stuff. Now, if you take a child, sit it down, and just surround it with Play-Doh, come back and watch how many different shapes that child come up with. The creator ain't no different. If you look at this, the creator exists in the middle of the elements, and it's the creator that's like a child at the middle of the earth, putting together these different shapes called humans. And it's putting together with thought. It don't got hands, so it's meditated thought. The creator said, man, I thought of something called water. I thought of something called fire. I thought of something called wind. And once it thought of it, it didn't forget the thought. and it said, you know what, I'm gonna take this thought called wind and mix it with this thought called fire, and I'm gonna make this thought called a human. And what it's doing, it ain't using hands, it's thinking of things, and then each thing it think of, it's marrying the thoughts to create something new, all the way up to it created the human. But
It's using these things to experience itself. You know, it's using the earth as a barrier for the water to crash on and break apart and create its different space and shapes. It's using us to experience emotions. You know what I mean? Love, lust, jealousy. It has all these things to create, but it can't actively participate in its own creation because it has no form. So in the act of, like we said, everything is a byproduct. So in the act of wanting to realize its potential, realize itself, the creator's thought form is that of perfection. And the trick is, or it must be the great riddle, or his great, you know, his greatest thought, is because there is no such thing as perfect. So if the creator is so to speak, sits down and starts sorting things out in its mind and bringing all these things together and it creates humans to experience itself, then having perfection is as the end goal is kind of like the carrot in front of the donkey. Okay, the donkey's never going to be able to reach that carrot, but it's going to always be moving, always be walking, like the hamster on the wheel. There's no end. So as we strive for perfection, we are, you know, we're fixing little things about us, you know, hate and race crimes and poverty and jealousy and war. These are the things that we are continue, and it's all individual on an individual level, but we all come here to this plane and continuously are perfecting, you know, peeling back these layers or adding layers on, if you will, depending on how you look at it, of experiences and releasing karma. And that's and then we of course go back down into the ether. We be recreated, composted, broken down, and the elements that are the ingredients are what we dive into, like wearing a glove. And we put these elements of the earth, the air, the water, the fire, we put it on our hands and we start manipulating this reality. And it's all done through the mental, of course. And so we are the hands of the creator. We are the ones that are building piles and blowing things apart and bending things together, because it itself cannot do it. It's amazing.
yep, and it's like it does it through us. Um, it is really amazing. Like as the creator was creating creation, it was also participating as creation. It knew how to form stuff because it was the giraffe. So it knew automatic. That's why everything is built so perfectly, because everything is the source. Like we say, the creation can't be separated from the creator. And basically, you know, each element is the same thing, but a different interpretation. Like how the fire can burn you, but the ice can burn you too. All roads lead back to the one. Like if you, like we say, if you go in a mirror house, you're one person. But if it's a mirror house with an infinite amount of mirrors, you're gonna have an infinite amount of projections. And each one gonna be slightly altered from the next based upon the mirrors in different positions of the house. So the one that's being reflected in the corner gonna be distorted a little bit. So this is the nature of the creator and reality. We exist in one state and an infinite amount of states, and we was tying this into the dream states as well. I don't want to go too far, but I know a lot of people wanted us to probably touch on what happens when you, what we think may happen if you go toward the edges of the earth, if we was to get on a boat or go toward the tree. And I think what'll happen is the same thing that happened in a mirror house. If you walk toward any reflection, it'll meet you at the same spot. Even though the reflections exist in different areas, they exist in the same area. And I just can't really, this the part where the creator didn't want you to really be able to break. There's no language for this. Like if you're in a mirror house and you walk toward yourself, if you walk toward any reflection, all of the reflections will meet in that area. So it's like everything is in sync, is synchronized to you, meaning that the thought world is directly connected to this world, and the way you move yourself around in your mental space determine how the big you move around in reality. So we do this every day. Like we think shit through. You may see yourself tongue kissing a girl that you know ain't no good for you, and but you're lusting for her. Before you know it, you done got her number. You're at her house. Up, she pregnant now. You didn't really want her like that because when you entertain that thought too much in your mind, that little you, that invisible you that you were pondering in your mind, that's the you in the mirror house. If you move the real you in that mirror house in the corner, all of them yous gonna move. So the moment you thought about that in the thought world with the thought you, it manifested in this world as cause and effect. So that's just another way you can look at how the ether reacts to you.
And and to use that, you would have to center yourself and get into a deep dark space and go within. And once you go within, then you will be able to change those reflections without. So for example, if you make a fundamental character change when you're diving deep within yourself, then the person that you emerge as is a different person in an angry situation, is a different person in a celebration, a different person when caring for someone. You are elevating all reflections of you when you elevate the one. So if you're going through life and you say, oh, I gotta cut that out, and, oh, I should really start doing this, these will appear mostly as fads. But if you go inside and make a fundamental change and say, no, I care about animals too much. I care about the environment too much. I care about the relationship that I have with my daughter or my baby's mother too much to, you know what I mean, to throw it away. Then you're making a deep character change, and all the decisions after that will fall in line. It's like when you're thinking something positive and everything in your day just lines right up with you, and that's the power of the law of attraction, right? Is going in and changing that source of the reflection so that all the reflections, no matter what the event, can match what you're trying to produce on the inside.
That's exactly true. Because making a change is making a 180-degree turn. And that's what the ether does. At 180 degrees of the sphere, you have an opening at that 100. That's 0 degrees where we are, but the top opening would be 180, 180. Basically, what I'm saying, that's a detour. And when we say detour, of course, that's Ether, all of everything detours. Basically, Master Peace saying, if you're trying to change anything in your life, if your will don't permeate the ether, it'll exist just as a little fad. It wasn't enough vibration or willpower that you wanted to really do that for it to really disturb the ether. Therefore, it ain't gonna be recorded with that vibrate. See, once you when it vibrates strong enough to disturb the ether, it manifests. But if it don't vibrate strong enough to disturb the ether around you, it's just a little old fad.
Exactly. I mean, if you the picture that you're holding up, if you imagine a wave being swept by that, if your vibration isn't strong enough, then that wave of, jealousy or hatred or whatever, it's gonna sweep that torus away. It's gonna distort it. It's not gonna be that perfect, nice bubble, that donut. But if you have your willpower so strong that you know you're going to get the job, that you know you're going to succeed, you know you're going to grow your business, then nothing that happens around you that comes in is going to it's like a shield, and everything is just going to bounce off you, and you're just going to be using that energy. It's going to be cycling through that donut, that torus of you. You're going to put it out. It's going to be met with challenge as it goes to the outside extremities. You're going to keep your willpower high. And when it comes back down through the ground in your root chakra up through your body, if you can hold on to that frequency of that will that you charged it with, and then you charge it again like you're passing go through Monopoly, collect 200, and then it goes, collect another 200. This is how you charge up your chi and charge up your will. And this is how you kind of create a vortex for the ethers to fall into you instead of you falling into the ether.
So your thoughts are flames, and you gotta motivate yourself from within, putting gas on the flames. And when them flames reach a certain height, there's like a dragon. That's called a manifestation. It becomes into now you're manifesting your will. So that's what we're telling you. And because that opening at the top is the dragon's mouth breathing out the fire or the auras around you. So that dragon is what? The Ouroboros dragon wrapped around your body. So the fire of the dragon is your will. And what we telling you, old people say it all the time. They say you got to want it bad enough. Because when you want it bad enough, that willpower is fucking powerful vibrate. That's how you got to the earth. That's how your mama literally met your daddy. Like this willpower, the apple in the daddy's eye, the law of attraction. Everything is connected. So as the parents think they meeting each other, the child really meeting them on an etheric plane too, trying to get into here. So everything meet at a crossroads, and manifestation take place. That crossroads was what the Dogon was showing you here, where all the elements meet up at that crossroads. Man, a smoothie is made called reality. So we live in a musical box, and the song is composed by a 4-band quartet. Water has a role to play in this song. Wind got a role to play. Now, wind is the bass line. That's the, boom, 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 boom. That's the bass line. Water, right, would be, your hi-hats. You could transmit this how you want, but you got a 4-band quartet aiming their instrument toward the middle, and where each musician, where their music meet up at, the song is manifested, and that's what Amma represent. So that's another way you can look at this, man. This wheel is spinning, and at the middle, all of those separate elements become blended into one thing called reality. So how we can relate this back to the human, when they said exercise your will, you ever had a thought that was so exciting your heart start beating real fast? You see? And right there you got that butterfly feeling in your stomach at the same time the heart was beating. But the butterflies in your stomach is really the butterflies around your body in this image. And that energy you feeling when that happened is what caused you to manifest that thought that's around you that you don't see. It exists as an aura spinning around your head, just like they show with the cartoons, you know. And you may say, damn, I know a little bit about music and I know a little bit about business, and you maybe have an aha moment to bring a bunch of childhood experiences, a bunch of things you picked up in your life into one thing that we probably end up knowing you for. Like, every human go down, remember, and can't nobody do what Prince did. Can't nobody do what Tupac did. He's a result of everything he been through. And so he learned music at some point, learned poetry, but since he was revolutionary, he put the revolutionary in the music. And since he had pain with everything was put together like a smoothie. And that's why we like certain people. Because when you learn how to take all your experiences, all of what you know and don't know, and let it occupy the same space, you'll create a paradox in your life. So this above your head is the crown chakra. This is where influence enter your aura. And the influence ain't necessarily giving you new thoughts. It's making you formulate new thoughts with past experiences. Is recycling the past, making it new within the self. So as energy flow in through the crown chakra, it's influencing you. And the influence can be broken down into the stars in the sky. We call this astrology. All right. In other words, each of these little stems that make the crown around your head is like a different zodiac, a different something, and it's a different point of influence that's there to activate, to constantly renew your past, your experiences. Everything you learned yesterday, you should be putting together in a pot today to make something new out of it. And if that ain't happening, then we ain't being influenced by the stars, and you know that ain't happening today because we being influenced by programming. Now, when we was connected with the stars, we were truly manifesting our will, because as energy come in through the different light, this crown is made out of the same thing the stars made out of. Like me and Masterpiece just showed you that, how all the stars come out. You connected to each light in the sky. It enters your crown and it make a basket around your head as it all try to fit in that one little pineal gland. You got pineal gland in your brain. All the light of the stars try to jam in that little hole, and it's like a vortex around your head. You inside of a, vortex. Now it bursts out your feet. So one thing it does is once that energy crosses the heart, if you won't program it right there, it's too late. See, one or two things can happen. The stars can be sending you cosmic influence into your crown, and by the time it enters the brain, it's split up into the left and right brain, and they go to war. One say, man, I can do this, man. I think I can do this. And the other one say, nah, you can't do it, man. And it's there to keep you grounded, because if it's just one side that say, I can do it, you'll overdo it. So you got a war going on one side saying, well, nope, you can't do it, just to make sure you get a balanced thought. So, you take a little influence of them both, but if the side that say you can't do it completely outweigh the side saying you can, that influence, when it crosses the heart, guess what? The heart is on a certain vibration at that moment, that energy pass it, and it's saying yay or nay. I can do it, I can't do it. And once that energy passed the heart chakra, it can't go back up, and it goes back out of the feet, out of the root, and it's planted into the earth, and it grows as a manifestation. And you can't undo it at that point. So be careful to always think positive, because that energy, if you got a new idea, it's influence of the cosmos, but you'll miss your ride by not not thinking it right. That's why we said be balanced, because when the influence come in from the cosmos, you get a new idea. Hey man, I think I can do this. Hey man, I don't think I can do this. Most of the time, we're influenced by society to make the side saying that I can't do it always win. We ain't in a balanced world. They got it designed to where that negative side gonna just cancel out every time. It's getting a outer influence to boost it in the fight. It'll be like if two boxers fighting, one got home court advantage. So we live in an evil world, and it's gonna give that negative side home court advantage to where you ain't gonna never manifest nothing, because you gonna think I can't do it, man. But that part of you that's saying I can't do it ain't to say that you can't do it. It's to say you can't overdo it. So you got a dual aspect there for a reason. That's why if you be balanced and you say I can do it, but I can't do X, Y, and Z, and you write it down on a paper and you say I want to achieve this goal, but what can I do and can't do? Okay, I can't access $1 million. I can't do da 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 da. I can't, access maybe 500 people in the building, but I'm gonna need to do that. But I can do this, I can do that. And at that point, you take what you can and can't do, you meet a middle point, and what you can do is you're supposed to be able to finesse that to a way to bring forth the things you can't do. And that'll be the middle point to manifest that new idea. So just so I don't get too all over the place, think of your shoestrings being tied together. That's how the left and right brain go to war. But if they work together, they'll get the shoe tied. Now, what if one loop bigger than the other loop? When you start walking, they're going to come apart. So this is what I'm talking about sealing those loose ends, staying at a vibration to where this constant influence of reality that's manifesting our world around us, your heart is at a certain rate, because cosmic influence is always passing through the crown, the checkpoint of the heart, and out the root. But the energy is transformed once it crosses the heart. So let me show you how electromagnetism works, and I'm going to pass it to Masterpiece, because I'm tired of hearing myself. The way this thing works right here is when the energy enters this thing, it never comes out the same. And that's the rule of the Taurus field. The purpose of this is to transform the energy into new energy. So when the energy enters the top, as it passes through that little slit, that slit represents the heart chakra. Once the energy passes, that is not the same. So that another way of looking at that is influence comes in from the cosmos to activate your experiences, your creativity. And depending on negative energy, positive energy within yourself, whichever one outweigh the scales, being the heart, negative or positive, determine what kind of creation or destruction you manifest, because destruction is creation too. You're creating ruins, you're creating damage, so creation is neutral, and it can be destructive or constructive. And that's what we got to learn from what I'm saying, that the opposite of creating isn't destroying. Destroying is creating. Creating is simply creating. It is what it is. And when you create, you can construct something or destruct something. So what I'm saying is, you're constantly creating by default, because you're a man, you're a tool, a manifester. So what I'm saying is, as the energy enters the man, it festers at the heart. As it crosses that threshold, it bursts out. When I say it festers at the heart, think of dropping a handful of ink pens in a cup. They all gonna point and form like this TP type triangle to this point of singularity. And that's what this image showing you. All this is the influence of the stars outside and the heart is pulling the starlight into the crown, and when the heart grabs it, it's like tying a string around some wires and braiding them together. And so by the time all these different light lines or magnetic ley lines enter the crown, they're braided up at the heart. And when they leave out the root, the braids is decoiled and is loosened back out again. But what determines how it bursts out the bottom is through the heart, because it's just like a expensive shower spigot. You can got a certain filter on that thing to where you can turn it and you can get some heavy showers or some powerful showers. You can make the water come out wide or make it come out fast and like a stream. You can control it by twisting that spigot. That's the heart. And what's coming out is the reality where you trying to manifest. And if you want to manifest the most of your reality, open your heart and allow the influence of the universe to flow through the chakras and pass through. But see, the thing is, once it get right there on the heart, you change that energy into negativity and you keep making a hell for yourself. If your heart was right, the influence that's coming in through the crown would manifest the reality you would want to live. And I'm so long-winded. Let me shut the hell up right now, man.
No, it's all good. I think that people are loving it. Um, one thing that you often hear is keep your chakras aligned. Um, keep your spine straight when you're meditating, you know, resting or standing up or sitting, whatever. This is so important because the path of least resistance is a straight line. Okay, and if you could imagine your chakras as lenses, crystal lenses, when the energy is coming like a fountain and like or like a drain, and it's coming into your crown chakra, or it's coming up into your root chakra because it's a dual system. What we what the goal is to have the our will charge up the energy that flows, so that very subtle material that is responsible for manifesting our thoughts, that is supposed to fall right through our chakras. It's supposed, if you can imagine a light being shined at the top of our head and a hole being bored out, the goal is to get that light just right on top of that hole, all the way down your spinal column, all the way down the chakras, so it illuminates each and every one. And if they're out of line, then you're going to create shade. Or if they're tilted or bent in any way, it's going to create like a refraction. So now that light is going to be going, you know, from left to right, and it's going to be diminishing because the next chakra down is only going to be receiving 70% light, and then it's going to be tilted, and then it's going to be going only 40% to the throat chakra, for example. You know what I mean? So keeping yourself aligned, keeping yourself balanced, and definitely healthy, is going to allow the thoughts that you wish to manifest to do that much easier with a less with less resistance. So one thing that you said about the stars is that the stars are influencers. They're shining lights, and they're constantly changing their shapes and refracting and influencing us. In major cities where major people come together at, I mean, you got doctors, lawyers, scientists, your everyday people, all in one spot. You could do so much with that diversity. So much interaction could happen. So much growth could happen. But they have these city lights that never go out. Your whole skyline is lit up 24/7. And what this is, I believe, I've always believed, is that they are creating waves that are pushing upward against the stars. So not only are you blocking out the starlight, because we all know that if you live by a city or a big like a lighting show, you know, like Las Vegas, it looks like daytime at night. You know, you have shadows on the ground, you see everybody clearly. All of the influences that pure cosmic influence that is directly emanating out of the ether, so it's pure, is being whisked away, or it's being met with some resistance of upward force of the lights that we're shining. So they don't reach us, and we can't even reach them because we can't see them. Out of sight, out of mind. You got to drive 2-3 hours out of town to get some, you know, decent stars. And when you do go out there, your dreams are clearer. You know, you're more clear-minded in your waking life. So it's all a big conspiracy to keep us from connecting with our own extremities. Like we said, the creator created us to experience itself. And if we're not experiencing the stars every night, then we're not reprogramming and recharging, resetting our energy with a pure resonant frequency. So we carry yesterday's problems with us today. When animals wake up, you know, you could have smacked your dog and disciplined your dog. The next day it wakes up, it's a whole new day, it's forgot about it. That is the way that we're supposed to function, you know, just brush it off, brush the negativity off, the negative comments and all that. But we are holding it. We don't have that, like, that spiritual cleansing, that nightly cleansing. So we got businesses staying lit up all night, fighting the pure resonant force coming in, and it is also distracting our own will from actually manifesting around us. So that's something to keep in mind if you're invited out to go camping or get out of the city. Definitely go. The energy that is coming up into the root chakra, that is the energy that we are accumulating in. That is the part of the ether. If you're looking at this as a macro micro, this picture that Bro Sanchez is holding up, when everything comes out of the head and goes to the extremities of the outsides and is being funneled back in up through, you know, the anus, the root chakra, at that time when it passes that plane, that dielectric inertial plane, that equilibrium, once it goes under and starts turning direction, that's when it's starting to pick up earthly energies, you know, of materialism, things that are keeping you grounded here, literally fettered to this world. And that is why it is so key to be like the Buddha when they say, you know, let go of thing, you know, no commitments, let go of all commitments, all obligation, all connection to material, all wanting. Because if you don't, then what it's going to look like is going to look like this auric field is going to look like it's tied into the ground, like kind of like a hot air balloon before it's let free. So to really experience the life or the thoughts that you manifest, you have to have your aura like this, where it can come and scoop under you without scooping up the previous day's negative emotions. And you know, with that, I'll pass it off to you because I just wanted to add that in.
Yeah, appreciate that. That's powerful stuff. Somebody wanted to know what if the sky is cloudy? That's not going to affect nothing. You know, clouds in the sky is not going to affect, you know, the stars, ladies and gentlemen. You know, so we ain't got to worry about stuff like that. If any of y'all thinking like that. Now, you know, the interesting things we talking about with the energy passing from the crown into uh past the heart is really what manifests your reality. The everything in between is just influence, what they call the angel on one shoulder, devil on the other shoulder. Here it is right here. You in between both of the scales. Now once the angel and the devil begin to make unity with each other, that's when you start to be tap into your God-like self. So it's not about vibrating high. It's not about vibrating low. It's not about vibrating fast and raising your vibration. It's about harnessing your vibration and balancing your vibration like a dude tightroping. It ain't about left or right. I hope it's about that line that he walking on in the middle. Is he gonna fall? You see what I'm saying? So that's what this is. You know, to make new things, you have to remain neutral. That's how I interpret it. And I don't know what else to say about that other than a little motivation for people that may do live in the city areas like myself. Take everything Master P said into consideration. Get out, go to, like here in Vegas, when you get up to the mountains, you can see you know, out here like New Mexico, Nevada, they say they got the most UFO sightings because the sky is clear when you raise in elevation. So when you go up in the mountains, you do see a hell of, the sky looks like how they show you in them space animations with all the shit up there. That's how it be when I go to the mountains. But when you get back to the city, you can't find damn near 2, 3, 4 stars. It's amazing how the light on the ground does indeed cancel out the starlight. It's very, very crazy. But it's a lesson you can learn from that. If you was looking at the human aura under ferrocell goggles, which this is, it shows you how a magnetic black hole bends light. And just like I told you, magnetism is invisible, but when you put light on top of it, it'll bend the light to the shape of it, and you can see what it looked like. So this is what a magnetic energy field look like, a human. This is the Kananga. This is the earth. But this black hole is your pineal gland. Now what they're not telling you, the pineal gland is not a physical gland. It's a spiritual gland. It's what connect your physical body to the stars outside. In other words, it is the crown chakra. It's this vortex that you see. If you look at this picture, it's coming from the brain. The vortex start at the brain. So what connects the brain to the mind is the pineal gland. I can cut your head open and see your brain, but I can't see your mind. The mind is this vehicle around your body. The brain takes in the information of the mind and process it down the spine, takes it down past the heart, and it plants it out of the root chakra into the cosmos. And by the time that energy come back to you, it's not the same. It's not a thought. It's a physical action. It is always going to be come back to you as something physical. It'll leave as a thought, but it'll always come back as something physical. Now, this is how the ethereal or thought world is manifested into the physical world. Now, the pineal gland is a spiritual gland. If they cut your brain open, what they call in the pineal gland is just an empty spot. Just an empty spot. And if you pull it up on Google, they point to you to an empty spot. What is that void? It's a black hole in the middle of your brain. That's what's pulling all the starlight into your head. If you look at this image, it's this image. There's a magnetic Mount Meru in the middle of every human brain called a pineal gland. That's what's pulling in the starlight's influence. Just like this image showing you how a magnetic pulls in light and form a black hole, all of those different lines of light come together and make like a drain type thingy here as they go exit out again through the root part. And that's all we looking at here. Light being put into a black hole and transformed into physical actions, physical structures, you know. But one thing I'm gonna say before I pass the mic is, what are monsters? What are scary creatures? Why, when the ancestors talk about the astral plane or the ethereal realm, they say this the place where the giants and the monsters and the crazy creatures live? You know why? Every thought gotta go somewhere. And everything that has ever been thought of exists on an ethereal realm. So as we travel, now I don't want to scare y'all. Get the mic, Masterpiece.
Yeah, well, it's true. It's been cataloged. The universe is mental in the fact that it is that ethereal substance, that ethereal soil, right? And if you pluck something from it, if you draw in like that blender we were showing with the spinning piece at the bottom, if that's your pineal gland spinning, you're pulling down that vortex of thoughts into you. And if you manifest it, or if you give it enough attention or energy, although it may not manifest here, it can make it halfway, quarter way, and be locked away somewhere. It's like starting to build a dresser and not finishing it. It's gonna end up in your basement, or it's gonna end up in a landfill in some sort of disfigured, rough-looking, unkempt way, but it'll still exist. So yeah, you don't want to scare anybody, but just like manifesting a scary thought form or having something that is very worrisome on the mind, it has to have some sort of body, or it has to wrap itself in some sort of material. And whether that form is completed or not, it has to exist somewhere. So a lot of times I believe that when we're getting into that astral kind of projectile realm, that meditative state, and we see those scary monsters or get those scary notions or demons or whatever, I just I liken them to gluttonous thoughts, or uncomposed, unfinished, jealous type, angry type of waveforms, basically, that can only be perceived on a mental, emotional level. And for everybody, it's going to be different, right? Because that unseen vibration is going to manifest as your worst fear, or my worst fear, or somebody else's worst fear. And so slaying that, laying that to rest, overcoming that mental monster is something that it's a common topic. And when talking about reaching nirvana, reaching peace and self-mastery, it's not so much as an outside force, but it's something that you encounter once you go in. And it's in every development story, every character that leads up to his that comes of age and comes into his rightful place, meets that villain, and that is us, that we have to face. And if we don't face that, then we're not aligning that heart. And if we don't align that heart, well, then everything is going to come out skewed. So go ahead.
Yeah, it's important to understand is, I'm developing these theories now on why children have all the monsters. When you come into this world, you just left the ethereal plane, and every thought that ever exists on the ethereal plane as it does in the mind of the thinker. So not just the monsters you had in your nightmares, the monsters of every child exist on the ethereal plane. Now this may scare you because we gotta pass through this plane. This is why the ancestors said, be careful what we think about. Because this become traffic on the road as we transition up out of here. That's why they was careful to control the thoughts of humans. Now with the rise of scary movies and the influence of all that, what's happening is people say reincarnation been happening at an all-time high for the past 7,000 years. Souls ain't been able to escape. And my theory is because once we hit in the etheric plane, something is frightening us back into this realm. And I think it's our own dragons, people, because the ancestors said every monster you make in your mind, you gotta kill it. Now, I'm telling you this so we can kind of channel our thoughts better. Thoughts have to go somewhere. Like just because you thought something and forgot about it don't mean it don't. You just made that shit. It got to go somewhere. And the theory, like Master P said, is like a landfill of just ideas, like the many copies of the cell phone before they came up with the good one. That's on the ethereal plane. Like all the fucking ideas you can think of, the monsters, all of that. So even the good stuff too. The good thoughts too. So there's a war being played out on the ethereal plane. Now, how this tied to you and me is that when we're children, we have nightmares, and the monsters that we facing in our nightmares, we created. And the ancestors said you got to slay your own dragons. So I think that we have to go through that as children and grow out of our fears and stuff into adults as a way of initiation of past karma. So what are monsters? Because we see them in mythology all the time, like this is the dragon slayer. Well, let me show you what the monster is, because a lot of people get scared and I want to take away the spookism. Here goes some of the first monsters in mythology. Hydra, which became Satan. Jesus had to fight Satan when he went down into the ground on Calvary. Everybody got to fight their own dragons. Can't nobody do this but you, because you creating your own world. So if you make a monster, you gonna meet that monster, but you got to know you made it. And you can just, man, when you understand what you are, monsters are shaking their boots when they see you. And that's what this image represent. You're creating the monsters. If you look at the movie Bruce Lee Dragon, he died because he didn't defeat his monster in his dream. The movie telling you a story, so the monster drug him to the ethereal plane. That's why it's called a dragon. When you go to sleep, you go to the ethereal plane where the dragons exist. The dragons are the sleeping people in the bed, creating these monsters in their head that they got to slay when they dead. Let me quit. But listen, when you look at the many heads of this dragon, it's the many influences of the stars. The many heads of the monster are the many zodiacal influences. The monster is a beast. That's what a zodiac symbol is, a beast. You know, these are different beasts in the sky. And this multi-headed beast is the combination of all the zodiac. They call it Hydra, which is the root word of hydrate, because when the soul enters the etheric waters, it's going to do just that, hydrate itself. But this is a different kind of water. It has to go there to slay the dragons it created in this world. Now check this out. These guys are the two guys you see basically are the same person, existed in a dual state, slaying the dragon, they own dragons. Now I can start breaking this down, but it'll take too long, so I'm gonna do it in a simple way now and just pass the mic forward. The dragon slayer is simply the fact that everybody is a superhuman in the ethereal plane. So nature deals with balance, right? So when I tell you every creature you ponder up, or every negative feeling you ponder up exists on the ethereal plane, guess what? Every positive one there exists there too. So you may say, damn, When I leave this body and I'm on the ethereal plane, Brother Sanchez telling me about all these monsters I gotta slay. Guess what? You're gonna be able to slay them. Don't worry. The reason you're gonna be able to slay them, because you're a monster too on an ethereal plane. See, you exist as this superhuman on an ethereal plane for the same reason right now. Everybody close your eyes and think of yourself dreaming. Imagine that you're flying. Everybody close your eyes, imagine that you're flying. Close your eyes and imagine that you can just snap your finger and make a mountain shatter into crumbles. I just pictured myself doing it. I just picture myself stumping the ground, making the trees fall down. And I know that's destruction, but I'm just showing you how powerful you are on that realm. That thought realm that you just did all that superhuman stuff on is real. That's what we tell it. That's the ethereal realm where thoughts exist. So in that realm, you can do some amazing shit, because that's the realm that controls the elements. Now let me go back here. That thought realm is the invisible space in between the elements. That's the realm you go to when you dream. So when you dream, guess what you can do? Fly. You can do crazy shit in dreams, because dream world is an etheric copy of this world. Now, the same rules of this realm is in the dream world, but you can bend them there because you are that which created the elements. If that make any sense. You can do crazy shit in the dream world because the same reason you can't, like if you look at what's controlling the elements in this image, it's invisible matter that's making it the earth, water, wind, and fire maintain the shape of a reality. Now listen, the crazy thing about this is once you enter this reality, you're part of that which is being controlled by the ether. But since the ether exists in you, when you go to sleep and you leave this reality and you go to the etheric version of this reality, you can manipulate the elements, because that's what the ether does. It manipulates the element. So when you exist in a dream world or the ethereal plane, the elements are there, earth, water, wind, everything is there, but it can be manipulated. You can fly. You can throw fireballs if you want to. You can do shit, right? Because it's a ethereal version of this realm, meaning that it's not this physical world. It's a light reflection of it. Light can be broken down into dense and least dense. This physical reality is made out of very, very dense light. So dense you can stomp the ground. It's creating the ground. What everything is made out of dense light. That's all physicality is. Now, that light had to travel before it has different phases of itself. So if the light exists in a dense state, it also exists in a least dense state. We call that the etheric state. Now the physical reality or the dense reality is being projected from that subtle reality. So check this out. Damn, I lost my train of thought. Yeah, so the thing is, in a dream state, that's why we can do some crazy stuff. And the least dense that the dreamer dreams, the more he can do. So the more you dive into REM sleep, the deeper you fall asleep, the more to those outer ripples you go, to where the light gets dimmer and dimmer, and you be like, yo, I was dreaming, I was like just floating in like light, my dude. It ain't really have a physical like explain it, and they can't. Like, that was a crazy dream. You was way in REM sleep out there, where the elements start to break down into these, just light, you know what I'm saying? So everything exists in least dense forms of itself, and all of the forms that it exists in occupy the same space. So when you look at this image of the human's aura, It exists in the same space as the physical body, just like the donut hole exists in the same space as the donut ring. And when you create one, you create the other one. You got a shadow too, a dark body and a light body. So now what I'm telling you is this, and I'm gonna pass the mic. In a dream world, we able to do all that cool stuff, like control the elements, because it's an ethereal version of this reality. So in the ethereal realm, that's where the elements are being steered. That's why this shaped like a steering wheel and you see the elements around it. When you go to sleep, you go to Amma and you get behind the steering wheel, and in your dream you can do pretty much anything you want to do with the elements, earth, water, wind, and fire around you. The moment the dudes who's dreaming realize, damn, I'm dreaming, and you don't wake up and you start lucid dreaming, something beautiful happens at that point. You start manipulating the dream reality. You start painting the clouds different. You start just thinking yourself to another area because you like, hey, I'm just dreaming anyway. See, something about us knows something when we dream. If you ever had a lucid dream before, and I hope you have because I had many, the moment you start lucid dreaming, you start flying and doing shit. Now, before you realize you dreaming, you walking around a dream like everybody else. Like, what up, man? Thank you. Hey, and you like, hold up, I'm dreaming. I went to sleep. I'm asleep right now. But you don't wake up and you still in the dream. A paradox forms. And you start manipulating the dream reality. You start, you can do crazy shit. You can make the ocean water disappear when that happens. You can fucking make the sand turn purple. You're like, oh, I'm dreaming. Because the moment you realize you dreaming, you know you got control over the elements. And that's what Amma represent. But you don't get that control, you don't get that steering wheel until you become lucid or Luciferian. And this where people finna start throwing tomatoes saying, I knew he was evil. But they was hiding this stuff from you under that kind of crap.
Yeah, once you notice that you're lucid dreaming, you're not talking to the people in your dream, you're talking to yourself. Like, you're making the answers, you're making them say what you want to hear. You know what I mean? You get into the concert, you go flying, you do whatever you want to do, and it's like bro said, it's a lot less dense. So in this reality, if you could imagine, bumping into a table and you get a bruise and it hurts. In a dream, it's not like that, and you know it. Something's off. It's this something, this airiness about this when you're dreaming. Like there's a gap. There's something missing, and once you realize that, because it's less dense, you don't have the whole, okay, I got to think about it and then write it down and then apply for it and then wait for the mail and then get approved. You're in control. So everything is instantaneous. And the beauty of that is if we all were taught, say, how to master that as children, we could, at this point as adults, sit here and have conversations with our friends, or even live stream, and slightly lower our eyes and flip into that world and dive in whenever we need. And if we need to grab answers, if we need to, see something more probable outcomes of something, dreaming, in my belief, it shouldn't be this whole process where it's like you get tired and then you finally fall asleep, and then 2 or 3 or 4 hours in, you get to the REM cycle, and then you're really starting ethereal world. Because astral projecting, a lot of people have that fear of leaving their body and they snap right back in or whatever. If they find out they're dreaming, a lot of times they wake up because they're not used to it. So if we were taught how to control that there, and of course time is different, and you could wake up from a dream and say, oh man, I felt like I that was like a month long, that dream. I've had dreams like that where, you know, I go out multiple nights and there's multiple days in between. So if we were able to tap in and out of that, the powers that should not be right now, they wouldn't have a chance against us. And that's how you know that they're hiding the religion, hiding the spirituality, hiding the symbology, hiding the words, hiding the stars from us. Because once we have that control to know that the ethereal substance that exists all around us is constantly chewing up old thoughts and constantly birthing new ones, that we are in the control seat.
Because if you lock yourself in a dark closet, lean not into your own understanding. Because they wanted to stop humans from listening to the voice within. And once you stop listening to the voice within, it's easy to burn a motherfucker alive, crucify a motherfucker, torture a motherfucker, slaughter houses. Because I can tell you, I'm from Alabama. What, as a child, when I went hunting with my uncles, they got to toughen you up for that. You don't just, you don't, unfortunately, I'm unfortunate to those who think that men are just some type of beast. We aren't. We're conditioned. You have to learn toughness. When you're a child, you don't want to kill the animal. And your uncle say, boy, man up. And he kill him for you. And he say, nah, if you don't do the next one, your ass ain't eating dinner if you don't learn how to skin the skin off your own fish. And over time, you want to fit in with the initiations of the man code, and you learn that you can cancel that voice out. Now, once you stop listening to that inner voice, the world become what it is today, agreement other than bombing each other. So armor represents the inner and all kind of scary shit, because we're not in a driver's seat. It's chaos. But when we realize armor, the buildings get torn down. See, let me show you something. Man doesn't do nothing but manipulate the elements based upon the thought realm. Why do you think our environment change when our awareness change? We say, fuck it. We got to tear down the oil factories and build up the green stuff. We got to tear down these buildings and replace it with these buildings. Listen, the physical reality changes as a result of the ethereal or the thought realm. So as man raise his consciousness, he go from the past, present, future. And that's all that exists. We go back to the past, but it's an endless loop. Man reaches levels where his consciousness is not so high. And the environment changes into factories and oil refineries. And after a while, man awakens again and he go back to armor. He regains control over the elements. He tear down the oil refineries. He build back up the ancient world. And then we forget it again. It's like it gets old. Like, okay, I'm tired of this healthy shit. Now let's try some buildings and some skyscrapers and some fucking slaughterhouses. And we go to that. What the ancestors defined it as ascending time and descending time. It's like a pendulum shift. You know, you wanted to build on it where man gains control over the elements. He lose control over it. He gained control. It ain't that man discovered fire. We keep rediscovering this shit and forgetting it. And these civilizations of the past and future keep meeting each other every time. And we at one of those crossroads now where the past meets the future again as far as technology go, or Back to the Future.
Yeah, because you know, soon with the technology, we're also wiping out things. You know, like we have element stoves now, and for someone that grows up with an element stove, cooking over an open fire is like an amazing thing. It's like, wow, I cooked a pot over a fire. Like, you know what I mean? Like not an electric stove. So we are constantly like shuffling around, and like you said, like what's around us reflects our conscious state. So when we look back at the buildings and really like inquisitive exploration, you know, of what we can do, how we can weave these baskets with natural. It's almost as if they had a an industrial revolution before, and it got so bad that everybody went green and back to nature. And now we look back at the ancients and we say, hey, look, all they used was nature, not knowing that before, because it's an endless cycle, they had just come down from endless years of technology, right? I mean, you got these amazing structures that are built up, and those the people that built those things aren't around anymore. So we could, seeing how what goes around comes around and it's a cycle, we could postulate well that, yeah, they had great technology, but they built it up and they fell with it, and we had to start again. And basically that is the foundation of everything. It's the building up and the breaking down, the composting and replanting, and refertilizing and eating the fruit and composting and all of that. So yeah, man, it's a beautiful infinite cycle. And I think that we definitely went a lot deeper than just an intro into the ether and really how important and foundational it is to our reality.
Most definitely. And just to add on to it, the ethereal body is made of angels' wings. As you can see here, look like you're an angel with wings. That's the part that manifests your will. So this ethereal body is made out of negative space, but that negative space is it is the ethereal space, the ether. Now, when you enter the ethereal realm, this realm becomes ethereal. Now, I don't want to start getting too deep with y'all, but it's an inversion from when you exist in one of them, the other one becomes the other one, and it flips. You know, another way of saying, when you dreaming, the dream is physical to you. If I cut you in a dream, it's gonna hurt in a dream. You're gonna bleed some blood in a dream. You know, if you realize you dreaming, then you can stop bleeding. You could just heal the wound, like, quit playing. You can start doing shit. But hey, the thing is, in a nightmare, you scared of the monster because the monster doing something that what? Hurt you. You feel, like in one of my nightmares as a child, I was being choked by a horned creature. I felt the pressure around my neck. In other words, what I'm telling you is, the dream world becomes physical when you're there. And like Masterpiece said, when you realize you lucid dreaming, you don't feel dense anymore. That's why you can fly now. So at the moment in that dream where you realize you dreaming, most of us hop off the ground and just start flying, because what made you heavy was ignorance. So the weight of reality is the ignorance. The ascension aspect is the light shining, the upward aspect. So they both play out of descension and ascension, doing a dance like a snake body to propel your energy through the cosmos. So this is acted out as dying, being born, dying, being born, dying, being born. All right, because if you using propulsion energy and you got a pump system, you got to keep on pumping it to propel forward. And the more you pump that thing, all right, the more you expand it and then squeeze it together, contract, expand, it moves you forward. And that's all life and death is. It's basically can be summed up by looking at a DNA strand. What creates the DNA strand is contraction and expansion. It expands, contracts, expands, contracts. And that's just another way of looking at life and death. That's all that exists is the code of the DNA. So that's all I wanted to add to that. And you know, like Master P said on another one, I think it was earlier, this life determined how we impact that etheric water, that etheric sea. Remember, it behaves like water, so when we leave the body, we plunge into this ethereal realm and we disturb that realm and we make a vibration. That vibration is the seed that manifests our next life. So what determines how you plunge into the ethereal realm is the actions in this lifetime. It means determines what state you die in and what state you pass away in, determine how you impact the ether. That how you, the force at which you re-impact the ether is going to determine even the shape of your next body. Just like when we threw the rock in the water, if we throw the rock very hard in the water, we'll get some big old ripples. If you throw it light, you ain't gonna get that many ripples. And if you change the shape of the rock, the ripples will change. Any variables will change it. So your energy is passing through an area, what's allowing you to calibrate your plunge. So what am I telling you? Earth is like, while you on Earth, is like a person that's finna shoot a bow and arrow, pulling back their arm. Once that arm reached the climax and they say, okay, I'm ready to shoot, you die. And the spirit shoots from this earth and determine how much you took in. Meaning if you fill up your ethereal body with spiritual knowledge and high vibrations of that resonate with the spirit, it's like the bow and arrow guy that's pulling his arm back the furthest. So when you leave here with all this information that you done fed in your soul, it's like Santa Claus filling up his gift bag. This was the whole thing about Santa Claus gift bag. See, the gifts of the spirit is the knowledge we giving you now. And the more of it you gobble up, the more this ethereal body swell up. And the heavier it is, the further back that bowl. Listen, the heavier the bowling ball is, the more tension it's gonna form in the middle of the trampoline. The more you fill up this ethereal body with the gifts of the spirit, as the Bible call it, once this thing is ready to blast off of this earth, it's gonna go so fucking far up. Your next plane of existence gonna be a version of this one that's so heavenly, but only people that can think like us gonna be able to make it there. So you only gonna reincarnate in a version of this simulation that's compatible with your vibration. All right, so we're here to expand our consciousness so that we can go higher when we leave here. And that's how it happens, because the more you take in, the more you pulling your arm back. And the man that pull his arm back the most, his arrow gonna go the furthest. So that's what life is about. You came here to pull your arm back. Living this life is the spirit, which is the great archer. He came here to pull his arm back. And once he get to that tense point where he can't pull back no more, that's you in the casket in the ground. They call that 6 feet deep. And once they put you down that deep, you gotta let go of the doggone arrow and let the soul fly up out of here from the ground. But as you descend, it's a beautiful descension. As we grow old and age up out of here, the spirit is actually getting energy from the dying body, because the spirit is trying to launch up out of here using the experience of the body. So if you want to expound some more on that, man, for him.
Yeah, I think it's deep, because if you imagine a diver at the top of the diving board and a diver falling into a pool, it's a very different splash than a diver that really sets up and thinks about it and changes their form midair and really gets into that nice pencil shape to to take them really nice and deep into that reality, leaving only a little bit of a splash or a little bit of like a karma, right? And for the person that's sloppy or that does like a tumble roll in or like a belly flop in, they're not going to be able to penetrate that reality or that water as far as the disciplined diver that really tightens up and chooses, with their heart, not eating meat, not contributing to harm, and you know what I mean, and always taking the opportunity to help someone. Stuff like that that's akin to a diver tightening up their form and bringing their arms in and extending out and really reaching for that dive. And if you're not doing that as you're diving down in this life, which is meaning growing up and, learning from your mistakes, if you're not tightening up that dive and learning from your mistakes, then when you plunge in that water, it's going to be a not a nice splash. And that unsightly splash is going to be your foundation that you're going to launch off or dive into next lifetime. So when you do dive into this reality, you want to, like Bro Sanchez says, you want to penetrate as far in and really make your name known, really develop your talents. And that's like grabbing weights. And every time if you can hold on to what you remember and elevate, then the next time you're on the diving board, you'll have 50 pounds in your hand and you dive and it takes you deeper to that 100-pound weight that's a little deeper, and you climb out and then you dive in again and you can go all the way down to that 200-pound weight. And every time you dive in, you're bringing those experiences with you, minding not to bring the negative ones with you, those, getting into the drugs and beating women and pedophilia, things like that. Those are the things that are not going to be able to let you really experience this next life. So it's all about evolution, personal evolution, growing within each lifetime. And a good like marker to tell if you are one of those people that are on that upward path is how easy is it for you to accept or to even consider positive changes. There's people that say, oh, whatever, fuck it, we're gonna eat whatever we eat, I'm gonna eat my meat, whatever, or screw it, it's just a gas engine, screw an electric car. These kind of people that don't have an interest of getting themselves better, they're going to actually part this world in a worse condition that they came. And that means that the next life, they're going to have the baggage on them that is going to set them off on that wrong foot. Like Bro Sanchez says, the way you leave this world is the way you're going to come back in. If you leave disfigured, you're going to come back in disfigured. Say you leave with high blood pressure and cholesterol and trans fatty acids clogging up the heart. You're going to come disfigured, incomplete, because you weren't harmonious at that time of departure. Everything wasn't settled. The blood wasn't flowing. The heart wasn't calm and balanced. So that's why I believe that they're always trying to, kill us out, war us out, car accident us out, drown us out, assassinate us out, suicide ourselves out, overdose ourselves out, so that we have a whole generation of kids that are like, what was I doing? Like, who was I? Where am I? All inebriated still from last lifetime's drug use, you know what I mean? Or abuse to the self-image or the ego, or to just solely the knowledge and not the arts, you know what I mean? So that's just a little vote of confidence, something that can tangibly seen, like, to elevate yourself from now until the day you depart. But with that said, I do got to start wrapping it up. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, it's about that time. I'll just piggyback on there and we'll close out. Basically, to sum this up, because we summing it up with how the ether responds to you right now. And I think it's a good place to sum it up at. Uh, the brain is the will of the spirit. While you exist in the body, you manifest physical reality by using the mind, which is the spiritual brain. But at the same time, the physical brain is telling the spirit what you want to manifest in your future life. So it's a dance, it's an exchange. Like you're tapping into the spiritual mind to manifest physical reality, but the spirit is using your brain, your physical brain, to tell it what you want for your next life. So they is changing it from each other, and that's how you determine where you be, how you be, what state, and all of that in the future. You know. So I'm gonna end it right there. And if in masterpiece,
Yeah,
anything else?
yeah. For everybody out there that doesn't know me or my channel or my work already, definitely go over to my channel and give it a sub. It's in the description and it's in the live chat. And this is because what I like to dive into, my quote unquote specialty, is basically being able to link abstract ideas, abstract topics into a very neat and easy to understand concept by taking things that happen in the body and make it relatable and simple using a vehicle as a metaphor. You know what I mean? So we've iterated at some parts through the stream that how eating was a key component to keeping your lenses clear so the light can really fall through you and you can program the light instead of the powers that be doing it for you. So I go off on a myriad of different topics, sun gazing, grounding, just the fact that we don't have a soul, and that's a video that's a lot of people click on because they say, what, we don't have a soul, and then they click on it and they realize I say we don't have our body doesn't have a soul, but our souls have bodies. Our souls are bigger than our bodies. You can't contain the soul in our little bitty bodies. So those are the type of ways I like to present my information to people. So definitely go share or subscribe to my channel. Thanks for joining in. I think that this type of building helps a lot of people kind of come to an even playing field, because a lot of times in like the flat earth community or the black conscious community or whatever community, the truth seeking community, it'll be like, oh, this person has all the answers and you can only get it when you pay a ticket and you go out and see them and they're going to be touring soon and blah blah blah. But over here you're really going to notice, with Brother Sanchez, and I vouch for him all day every day, and he can do the same for me, is that it's really about, like, as soon as we are thinking about it, you guys know it. So as soon as we're playing with it in our head, you guys are getting that inside look at how we're cross-referencing, bringing the history and the present together and ruling out the plausible and the implausible. And we may be off at sometimes, but we're definitely going in the right direction. Why? Because we have love and really compassion for everybody, everything at the base of it. And I know I'm being long-winded on this outro, but I just want to ensure everybody that this is coming from a space of, I mean, we're not charging anybody. We're not scheduling it, and so only some people can get it. This is coming from a place of just sharing. So thanks for allowing us to share, because as everybody knows out there that's watching this, you can't talk to this you can't talk about this kind of stuff with just anybody. You're probably a black sheep in your family already. So thanks for letting us kind of like stretch our minds and stretch our feet out a bit. If you haven't subbed to Bro Sanchez, definitely do it, because he's the only brother that I know in this whole YouTube game that keeps it real all the way. So with that, I'm out, and you can do your thing, bro, and thanks everybody out there.
Hey, thank you for coming through, Masterpiece. And I'm gonna definitely give you a call, man, because this ain't gonna be the last one that we do. Of course, we know this is a very extensive topic, so stick around. Like he said, it was way more than an introduction, and I'm glad that it was. So, man, big shout out to Masterpiece. Make sure y'all subscribe to him by visiting that description link. And yeah, we're gonna keep this going. Peace out, my brother. I'm gonna see you in the future, brother. I'm gonna give you an email. Be safe.
Peace.
All right. And real quick, before I get out of here, let me take a minute to call out these super chats. Cause I appreciate you, my sister Storm Royale. Appreciate the love, my sister. Electromagnetic light body. Wish it was more. May spirit guide and protect you. Thank you for your support, my brother. Another shout out to the brother Be Strong. I appreciate all of y'all for this support. I really do. P.ISO, thank you for the donation. I am that guy. Appreciate the donation. Said that guy supports common sense, as always. And my sister Sarada, shout out to you, Sister Sarada Infinity, says peace all. The only way out is all the way in. Damn, that's deep. I like that right there. The only way out is all the way in, into the vortex in front of you. Cause that's the secret of it all. That's deep. That's a good way to end it. I'm gonna end it on that. I love all of y'all. Be safe. Let's share this. Let's make this type of stuff popular and viral, because this is the future right here in spiritual technology and physical technology. In fact, it combines the two together and show the human what you are. You are that which is to what the human is that which is to turn invisible spiritual matter being thought into physical manifestations, and being a crossroad in between the ethereal realm and physical realm. This knowledge gets us back to what our true design, what we was designed to do. But you know, it's not popular, but we'll be the ones to make it popular. But like I said, I gotta get out of here. So peace and much love, brothers and sisters. Thank you for your time.